Chapter 1401 Transformation. Chapter 1401 Transformation. Second, fourth brother, why are the two of you here? The Golden Crow third prince frowned slightly in displeasure. I've long set up the 8 Gates Dragon Lock formation in advance. Desolate Marshall's bloodline was sealed and there's no way he could have escaped. Although the Golden Crow race had many clansmen, the younger generation of each generation viewed the Golden Crow 10 princes as their leaders. The 2 half-martial ancestors were also among the Golden Crow 10 princes. One was the Golden Crow's second prince, and the other was the Golden Crow 4th prince. Among the Golden Crow 10 princes, their cultivation realms were different. However, the weakest were conjoined body mighty figures as well. Third brother, if we hadn't came, you would have been killed by Desolate Marshall. The Golden Crow 4th prince laughed. Humph! The Golden Crow 3rd prince clenched his fists. Don't think that I don't know what you guys are up to. You're just here to fight for Desolate Marshall's treasures. There was intense competition between the Golden Crow 10 princes, and it was not common for them to fight one another personally. The Golden Crow's second prince did not say anything the entire time. However, he walked towards the bronze square tripod and lifted it up. So heavy! His heart skipped a beat. Although Desolate Marshall died, he left behind 2 treasures, the bronze square tripod and the Dragon Soul Saber of Divine Phoenix Island. The Dragon Soul Saber was famous outside. Furthermore, the Saber Emperor said that whoever could wield the Dragon Soul Saber would be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island. However, in the eyes of the Golden Crow's second prince, this bronze square tripod was even more precious and mysterious than the Dragon Soul Saber. The bronze square tripod looked completely destroyed with cracks all over its body. However, it managed to defend against the attack of 2 half-martial ancestors. The Golden Crow's second prince closed his eyes and condensed his spirit consciousness, wanting to erase the spirit consciousness imprint left behind by Desolate Marshall on the bronze square tripod. The bronze square tripod could only become his treasure if he erased the spirit consciousness imprint left behind by Desolate Marshall. On the other side, the Golden Crow 4th prince walked forward and picked up the Dragon Soul Saber. He grinned at the Golden Crow 3rd prince. Third brother, this Dragon Soul Saber belongs to me. Humph! The Golden Crow 3rd prince harumphed coldly with a terrible expression. Ever since the battle at Heaven and Earth Valley where he severed his 3rd leg and returned to Panalai Island with severe injuries, his status in the Golden Crow race had plummeted. For a Golden Crow, the loss of a 3rd leg was equivalent to the loss of its strongest trump card. Initially, the Golden Crow 3rd prince wanted to suppress Desolate Marshall this time round and obtain his treasures and cultivation techniques before making a breakthrough. To think that he did not manage to gain any benefits this time round as well and was interrupted by 2 of the Golden Crow 10 princes. The Golden Crow 4th prince walked forward with a smile. The moment his palm touched the Dragon Soul Saber, a change happened. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the saber quivered wildly and released streams of violent saber chi. The ancestral dragon chi spread and released a powerful might. Caught off guard, his palm was injured by the saber chi released by the Dragon Soul Saber and fresh blood flowed. How dare a ownerless weapon act so insolently? The Golden Crow 4th prince retracted his smile and his expression turned cold. As a half-martial ancestor, he was completely unaffected by the wounds in his palm. In the blink of an eye, everything had healed. He channeled the dermic powers of his bloodline and a golden sun essence fire condensed in his palm, burning the Dragon Soul Saber continuously. The saber chi of the Dragon Soul Saber was burned into nothingness instantly. Even the ancestral dragon chi could not hold out. Roar! However, the Dragon Soul Saber was still extremely violent. Sensing the unfamiliar bloodline, the ancestral dragon chi burst forth wildly and formed a phantom of the ancestral dragon in midair, letting out a resounding dragon roar at the Golden Crow 4th prince. Evil creature! The Golden Crow 4th prince said hatefully. How dare you be so noisy in front of me? Opening his mouth, the Golden Crow 4th prince suddenly spat out a stream of scarlet gold flames that devoured the ancestral dragon instantly and burned wildly. the ancestral dragon phantom let out a series of sorrowful cries. In the end, the power of the dragon soul saber could not defend against the half-martial ancestor of the Golden Crow race. Hee hee! When he saw that, the Golden Crow third prince could not help but laugh. Both the second and third princes met with considerable obstacles in their attempts to obtain Desolate Marshal's treasures. The sight of them suffering caused the Golden Crow third prince to gloat. "What about that woman?" Mystic Frost's gaze landed on Moing in the pavilion. "Kill!" Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix was expressionless, and merely said a single word. Mystic Frost shook his head gently. "It's a pity to kill such a beauty. Furthermore, she's a conjoined body Mighty Figure. That woman has to die." Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix's tone was resolute. If Moing were to return to Divine Phoenix Island alive, he would definitely be implicated. He did not care about women at all. When she heard the discussions of Mighty Figure Heavenly Phoenix and Mystic Frost, Mo Ying's expression did not change, nor was there any fear in her eyes. She was the saber attendant that Divine Phoenix Island had painstakingly selected. There was no longer a need for her to survive with the death of her young master. Strange! Right then, the Golden Crow's second prince opened his eyes and frowned. Desolate Marshal is only a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Why is the spirit consciousness imprint left on the bronze square tripod so stable? Under normal circumstances, as a half-martial ancestor, he could erase the spirit consciousness of Dharma characteristic Tao Lords with a single thought. However, even after 5 minutes, the spirit consciousness on the bronze square tripod showed no signs of disappearing. Hee hee! The Golden Crow third prince laughed. "You guys don't know yet, right? Even though Desolate Marshal was buried in the sacred volcano earlier on, he's not dead." "What do you mean by that?" the Golden Crow's second prince asked with a frown. "Desolate Marshal has 2 true bodies. The one that died earlier on was just his dragon true body," the Golden Crow third prince said. "In other words, Desolate Marshal isn't dead yet. It's not so easy to erase his spirit consciousness." Under normal circumstances, if a cultivator were to die, it would naturally be much easier to erase a remnant spirit consciousness imprint. However, if a cultivator was not dead, it would be much more difficult to erase the spirit consciousness imprint. "That's not right either." The Golden Crow's second prince shook his head. "This bronze square tripod is clearly a dharmic weapon of Desolate Marshal's dragon true body. What has it got to do with his other true body? Unless Desolate Marshal's dragon true body isn't dead." A thought flashed through the Golden Crow's second prince's mind. Immediately, he denied that thought. They had witnessed Desolate Marshal jump into the sacred volcano and be devoured by the terrifying lava. How could he still be alive? The Golden Crow's second prince laughed self-deprecatingly and thought to himself, "I'm overthinking it." At that thought, he closed his eyes and continued to channel his spirit consciousness to refine the bronze square tripod. Actually, the Golden Crow's second prince was not wrong. Indeed, Suzimo was not dead. Not only was he not dead, in the sacred volcano, he was experiencing the greatest transformation of his body and bloodline ever since he started cultivating. Chapter 1402 Birth of the Dragon Phoenix. Chapter 1402 Birth of the Dragon Phoenix. Actually, the moment he sensed the arrival of the 2 half-martial ancestors, Suzimo had already made a decision. He was going to leap into the sacred volcano. Given his current cultivation realm, even if his bloodline was not sealed, he could not defeat the 2 half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race. In other words, he had no chance of winning against the 2 half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race. However, he could fight for a chance of survival if he leaped into the sacred volcano. Given the power of the sacred volcano's incineration, it could definitely incinerate the power of the 8 Gates Dragon Lock formation into nothingness and purge his bloodline. Of course, given the terror of the sacred volcano, his body, bloodline and bones would most likely melt. However, that melting might be an opportunity for the dragon true body instead. Back in the Dragon Bone Valley, the Dragon Elder had told him about the Dragon Phoenix. The reason why the dragon true body could not conjure a complete dragon body was because of the existence of the divine phoenix bone, and its inability to coexist with his bloodline. However, with the help of the flames of the sacred volcano, there was a chance that he could refine the divine phoenix bone and fuse it with his dragon true body. Of course, that choice was way too risky. If he succeeded, he would naturally be reborn. However, if he failed, his dragon true body would die in the sacred volcano with his body and spirit destroyed without a corpse left. Given the current situation, Suzimo had no other choice but to give it a shot. In order to increase the success rate of the fusion, Suzimo even threw the bronze square tripod and dragon soul saber on the volcano peak and snatched mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's divine phoenix bone. With the two divine phoenix bones in his hands, Suzimo leaped into the sacred volcano. As he had expected, the lava of the sacred volcano was extremely terrifying and the dragon true body's body and bloodline could not withstand it. They were melted before long. Not only that, the two divine phoenix bones on his body also began to melt in the lava of the sacred volcano. Given normal cultivation, it was difficult for the divine phoenix bones to fuse with the bloodline and body of the dragon true body. But now, his dragon true body and divine phoenix bones had transformed into scorching lava one after another, as the two bloodlines fused rapidly. The Golden Crow Third Prince and the others witnessed Suzimo devoured by the lava of the sacred volcano with their own eyes. However, they could not see that a strange scene was happening beneath the lava. 3 balls of light swiveled slowly and emanated a tremendous power, forming a barrier of light that isolated the heat from the lava and protected the scarlet-haired essence spirit tightly in the middle. His scarlet-haired essence spirit had to be protected. If his scarlet-haired essence spirit was burned to ashes, it would be useless no matter how his body and bloodline evolved. However, the lava of the sacred volcano was way too terrifying. The power released by the 3 balls of light could barely hold out. At that moment, around the scarlet-haired essence spirit, the dragon true body had already disappeared and the 2 divine phoenix bones had already melted. The combination of the two was producing a brand new bloodline, and an even more terrifying power through the refinement of the lava at the sacred volcano. The scarlet-haired essence spirit sensed something and the power of his essence spirit surged, breaking through the barrier of the Dharma characteristic realm and entering the conjoined body realm. The fusion of the dragon true body was not a fusion of the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. It was the fusion of the dragon and divine phoenix. A brand new body appeared in the steaming lava. Initially, it was just an outline. As time passed by, it gradually became clearer. If anyone could see what was beneath the lava, they would be shocked to discover that this body was not the body of a human. I still can't do it! The Golden Crow's second prince opened his eyes once more and spat out hatefully. There was already a hint of impatience on his face. Should I give it a shot? The Golden Crow third prince gloated at the side. Humph! The Golden Crow's second prince said coldly. I refuse to believe that I can't do it. If I can't refine it in a day, I'll refine it for a year. If I can't refine it in a year, I'll refine it for 10 years. On the other side, the Golden Crow fourth prince had finally suppressed the dragon soul saber. At the back, he was even forced to use the power of divine powers. It's about time. Suddenly, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix said. Moing, it's time for you to die and accompany your young master. Fufu. Moing smiled. Heavenly Phoenix, you plotted against our young master. You won't meet with a good end. You'll definitely suffer retribution. Retribution? Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Now that Desolate Marshal is dead, I'll be the young master of Divine Phoenix Island once I return to Divine Phoenix Island. I'm not afraid of retribution at all. Is that so? Right then, a strange voice sounded from the top of the mountain, as though it came from beneath the sacred volcano. Everyone was stunned and looked over instinctively. The bottom of the sacred volcano was boiling lava. How could there be someone there? Clang! 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 Right then, the sound of metal clashing echoed from beneath the sacred volcano, as though a sharp weapon was piercing into the stone walls. mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix's face was pale as his throat moved and he could not help but gulp. Impossible. He shook his head repeatedly with a bewildered expression. Mo Ying's eyes were filled with shock and joy. She could tell that the voice was the voice of her young master, and there was no mistake about it. The young master was not dead. Impossible! The Golden Crow's second prince harumphed coldly, and headed towards the mouth of the sacred volcano in a flash. The Golden Crow third prince, fourth prince, Mystic Frost and mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix moved one after another as well. They endured the scorching heat and looked down at the bottom of the sacred volcano. Thereafter, the few of them witnessed a scene that they would never forget for their entire lives. In the rumbling lava, a gigantic living being crawled out slowly. It bore a dragon's head and a phoenix's tail alongside 5 claws. Every single claw was incomparably sharp and shone with a cold glint. At that moment, the life form was truly climbing the walls of the sacred volcano. The claws beneath its abdomen dug into the walls of the sacred volcano and punctured holes one after another. On the back of the life form was a gigantic pair of wings that were scarlet like smoke. Burning lava dripped from the life form but did not injure it at all. What was even more frightening was that the aura released by the living being caused the 3 princes of the Golden Crow race to feel shudders. This was a bloodline suppression. Even the Golden Crow race had to bow down in the face of this living being. This? What's that? Everyone was stunned on the spot with shocked expressions. It's... Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix extended his single arm as though he recalled something. His eyes were filled with fear and his lips trembled, unable to speak anymore. All of a sudden, could it be? The Golden Crow's second prince's heart skipped a beat as a possibility crossed his mind. Immediately after, blood drained from the faces of the Golden Crow third and fourth princes and their bodies trembled slightly. Dragon? Phoenix? The Golden Crow fourth prince attempted to speak. The moment those words were said, the weather changed and the entire world seemed to tremble in fear. One of the 3 primordial taboos, the Dragon Phoenix, was born. Chapter 1403 Taboo Power. Chapter 1403 Taboo Power. The Taboo race was the strongest of the primordial era. Even though the Golden Crow race was one of the primordial 9 races, in the depths of its memories and bloodline, it still possessed an innate fear towards the Taboo race. Su Zimo glared at the Golden Crow third prince and the others with a cold gaze. The dragon true body had already become a thing of the past. Right now, his body was the true body of a dragon phoenix. Su Zimo had just transformed into a dragon phoenix as well and was not used to this body yet. Therefore, as he crawled out of the sacred volcano, he sensed the difference of the dragon phoenix body. It had to be said that Su Zimo could feel a tremendous amount of power coming from head to toe. Even every single muscle and fingernail seemed to be able to release a terrifying lethality. Be careful, everyone! The Golden Crow's second prince was the first to react. With a deep shout, he swiped his storage bag and took out a golden badge, waving his hand to throw it over. The golden badge transformed into a golden streak of light that arrived in the firmaments and exploded, transforming into the shape of a 3D Golden Crow. That was the Golden Crow badge of the Golden Crow race. It would not be released unless it was absolutely necessary. Furthermore, the Golden Crow badge was the badge of the Golden Crow's second prince. It was clear how serious this matter was. Don't panic, the Golden Crow's second prince said in a deep voice. Even if Desolate Marshal transforms into a dragon phoenix, he has only just entered the conjoined body realm. How strong can he be? All we have to do is delay for a moment, and when the experts of the Golden Crow race arrive, Desolate Marshal will definitely die. That's right. The Golden Crow fourth prince nodded as well. Taboos are not invincible either. Everyone, let's join forces and kill this taboo while its cultivation realm is unstable to eat its flesh and drink its blood. The body of a taboo is a treasure in itself. That statement caused the eyes of Mystic Frost and the 2 conjoined body mighty figures of Panlai Island to shine. There was nothing that moved them more than that statement. Relying on their half-martial ancestor cultivation, The Golden Crow's second and fourth princes were fearless, and wiped away the fear in Mystic Frost and the others' hearts with a few words. After all, this was Punlai Island, Mystic Frost's territory. There was no way a single taboo could overturn everything. Everyone's gazes turned fervent. It was even more so for mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. It should have been mine. The fact that Desolate Marshal was able to transform into a dragon phoenix means that there's nothing wrong with my cultivation path as well. I can transform into a Feng Huang as well. That thought flashed through the mind of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix repeatedly. However, he did not know that Su Zimo had not merely relied on 2 divine phoenix bones to transform into a dragon phoenix. He possessed the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. He comprehended divine powers, he utilized the power of the sacred volcano, and his fate was altered by Dai Yu. Su Zimo only descended upon the world as a dragon phoenix through various opportunities. Even if mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix obtained 2 divine phoenix bones and leaped into the sacred volcano, it would be difficult for him to transform into a Feng Huang. Most likely, he would have been burned into ashes. Among everyone, only the Golden Crow third prince was comparatively calmer. He had personally witnessed how the dragon true body killed everyone in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley as well as the terrifying combat strength it possessed. Now that the dragon true body had transformed into a dragon phoenix, even half-martial ancestors won't be his match. Everyone, don't hold back! Kill! The Golden Crow's second prince hollered and reverted to his true form right away. Roaring into the skies, he reached out with his third leg that was blazing with raging flames and grabbed towards Su Zimo. Similarly, the Golden Crow fourth prince released the strongest attack of the Golden Crow race. What burst forth from the third leg of the 2 Golden Crow princes was not only their bloodline and dermic powers, but also a trace of divine powers. At the same time, Mystic Frost and mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix attacked. The 2 conjoined body mighty figures of Punlai Island had already attacked. After a moment of hesitation, the Golden Crow third prince released a secret skill of the Golden Crow race and descended. Instantly, everyone's attacks rained down like a violent storm. At that moment, Su Zimo had just crawled out of the mouth of the sacred volcano and looked at the dermic weapons and secret skills in midair with a calm expression. He extended his dragon phoenix claw slowly. Swoosh! A thought flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a terrifying scarlet flame rose from the dragon phoenix claw. Su Zimo extended his 2 dragon phoenix claws and grabbed the third legs of the 2 Golden Crow princes. His remaining 3 claws released power that could tear the entire world apart as they reached for the dermic weapons and secret skills of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix and the others. Bang! Bang! The 2 Golden Crow half-martial ancestors clashed against Su Zimo. There was no room for negotiation between the Golden Crow's legs and the Dragon Phoenix claws head-on. This was a pure contest of strength. It was a comparison between who had the sharper claws and stronger flames. After a momentary stalemate, the 2 Golden Crow half-martial ancestors shrieked. The Dragon Phoenix claws exerted strength and grabbed the third legs of the 2 Golden Crow half-martial ancestors, ripping their tendons and bones as their flesh splattered. The 2 third legs of the Golden Crows were completely crippled. Bang! 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 At the same time, the remaining attacks could not hurt Su Zimo at all and were blocked by his other Dragon Phoenix claws. In the palm of the Dragon Phoenix claw was a pair of dermic weapons. Those dermic weapons were the destiny dermic weapons of the 2 mighty figures of Punlai Island. Roaring into the skies, Su Zimo released dermic powers from his palm and channeled a raging fire. Under the blazing fire, the pair of dermic weapons began to transform and melt. Right in front of everyone, the pair of dermic weapons were crushed into a scarlet scrap metal by Su Zimo. The power of a taboo was unstoppable. The 2 conjoined body mighty figures of Punlai Island could not help but grunt with pale expressions with their destiny dermic weapons destroyed. The dragon soul saber slashed down at his head. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid, and his blood chi surged. The moment he released his might as a dragon phoenix, the dragon soul saber submitted and returned to his control. Su Zimo did not touch the Dragon Soul Saber and merely moved his spirit consciousness. The Dragon Soul Saber transformed into a streak of light and arrived above the heads of the two mighty figures of Pumlai Island in the blink of an eye. It slashed down with the momentum of sea calming. The two conjoined body mighty figures could no longer control their bodies and could not move at all. The speed of the Dragon Soul Saber was not fast. However, the two of them could only watch helplessly as the Dragon Soul Saber slashed down slowly, splitting their heads into two. Their essence spirits could not escape at all. Two conjoined body mighty figures died on the spot. Retreat! Enduring the immense pain, the Golden Crow's second prince hollered and the golden wings behind him flapped, turning into a golden beam of light that fled towards the Golden Crow habitat. Without his reminder, the Golden Crow third and fourth princes moved as well. Mighty figure Mystic Frost fled towards the inner island. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix fled out of the island. The Golden Crow race was ranked at the top of the primordial 9 races in terms of movement techniques, and were comparable to the Rakshasa race. The Golden Crow's second prince believed that while they might not be able to match Su Zimo in terms of combat strength, as a half-martial ancestor, if he were to escape with all his might, Su Zimo would definitely not be able to catch up to him. Under normal circumstances, he was not wrong. Even if the dragon true body entered the conjoined body realm, he might not be able to catch up to their speed. However, at that moment, Su Zimo was a taboo dragon phoenix. The dragon phoenix had a pair of gigantic wings as well. Chapter 1404 Flames of the Dragon Phoenix. Chapter 1404 Flames of the Dragon Phoenix. Su Zimo had just transformed into a dragon phoenix and was not completely familiar with the power of his body. Although he had a pair of gigantic wings behind his back, he had never used them when he fought with everyone earlier on. At that moment, when he saw the 3 princes of the Golden Crow race flee into the distance along with mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix, Mystic Frost and the others, Su Zimo was anxious and channeled his bloodline, spreading the wings on his back. Swoosh! His wings burned with raging flames. Every single feather was scarlet and crystalline, shimmering with divine light without any impurities. Su Zimo tried activating the pair of wings. His massive wings flapped and a powerful burst forth. Turning into a scarlet beam of light, Su Zimo chased after the 3 princes of the Golden Crow race. He had to kill the 3 princes of the Golden Crow race as soon as possible. When the Golden Crow's second prince released the Golden Crow badge earlier on, Su Zimo noticed it as well. It wouldn't be long before the Golden Crow army and even the experts of the Golden Crow race arrived. It would be fine if they were just half-martial ancestors. However, if a Patriarch of the Golden Crow race was alarmed, Su Zimo would most likely die even if he had transformed into a dragon phoenix. A Patriarch had already entered the Mahayana realm and comprehended true divine powers. That sort of power was way beyond the conjoined body realm. The difference in lifespan alone was clear. Conjoined body mighty figures of the human race had a lifespan of 20,000 years. After entering the Mahayana realm, one's lifespan would increase to 100,000 years. The Golden Crow 3 princes sprinted the entire way. However, within a few breaths, the 3 princes felt a scorching heatwave behind them, approaching them rapidly with a terrifying killing intent. The Golden Crow's second prince turned around. That single glance almost scared him out of his wits. Not far behind the 3 of them, the terrifying figure of the Dragon Phoenix was closing in rapidly. Its wings flapped, and it was clearly much faster than them. Among the primordial 9 races, the Golden Crow race had the fastest movement techniques. However, it was a huge gap compared to the Dragon Phoenix of the Taboo. Among the 3 princes, the Golden Crow third prince had the lowest cultivation realm and his movement technique was the slowest as well. Su Zimo caught up to the Golden Crow third prince first. Without stopping or decreasing his speed at all, he reached out with his Dragon Phoenix claws and grabbed the head of the latter. The 5 Dragon Phoenix claws sealed all of the Golden Crow third prince's escape routes. With nowhere to run, the Golden Crow third prince's head was crushed by the Dragon Phoenix claws and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. After 3 breaths, Suzumo caught up to the 2 princes once more. Flapping his wings, he released 2 scorching flame barriers that blocked their path forward. Desolate Marshal, this is Pumlai Island! When he saw that he could not escape, the Golden Crow's second prince could not help but turn around and shout. I've already released my Golden Crow badge. Before long, a Patriarch of my Golden Crow race will descend. If you dare to hurt me, you won't be able to leave Pumlai Island either. The Golden Crow fourth prince shouted in a fierce manner as well. Desolate Marshal, if you leave now, you might still have a chance to escape. If you linger here, the only thing awaiting you is death. The 2 princes were extremely smart. If Suzumo could be scared off by their words, that would be for the best. Even if they failed, they would definitely be able to intimidate him and buy time. Unfortunately, their opponent was Suzumo, who was decisive to kill. How dare you threaten me? I'll kill you guys! Suzumo's voice was cold, and he had no qualms at all. He was irreconcilable with the Golden Crow race a long time ago. Notwithstanding the fact that many Golden Crows died in his hands in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, the Golden Crow race would not let him live with his status as a taboo dragon phoenix. Suzumo swooped down, and 2 blinding beams of flames burst forth from his eyes. After entering the conjoined body realm and transforming into a dragon phoenix, the might of illumination I became even more terrifying. The 2 half-martial ancestors tried their best to dodge, but their bodies were still struck by illumination eye. The wounds turned into ashes instantly. Suzumo swooped down and extended his sharp dragon phoenix claws to grab the Golden Crow's second prince. At the same time, he opened his mouth and bit towards the Golden Crow fourth prince on the other side. He used his fangs and claws completely. The 2 princes fought Suzumo in close combat. In just 2 to 3 breaths, the Golden Crow's second prince's body was crushed by the dragon phoenix claws and his essence spirit was burned to ashes by the flames on the dragon phoenix's body. On the other side, the dragon phoenix bit the Golden Crow fourth prince's neck and snapped it. With a few consecutive bites, Suzumo crushed the Golden Crow fourth prince's head and devoured the latter's essence spirit and blood. After killing the 3 princes, Suzumo turned around and looked at Mystic Frost, who was escaping to the inner island. The young master of Pumlai Island, Mystic Frost, played an important role in his trip here. This man must not survive either. Suzumo flapped his wings and flames surged into the skies. Everywhere they passed, the white clouds in the firmaments were burned into a fiery red. No matter how fast Mystic Frost was, he could not compare to the Golden Crow race. Even after Suzumo killed the 3 princes and turned to chase after him, he had only just ran down the sacred volcano and was at the foot of the volcano. Cultivators of Pumlai Island, listen up! An enemy has invaded! Hurry and come save me! Mystic Frost could not care less about his dignity, and howled hysterically. That roar alarmed many experts on the island. Figures rushed into the skies one after another. Who is that? How dare you attempt to kill someone of Pumlai Island? This? Heavens, what is that? The dozens of figures that arrived right away were all conjoined body mighty figures of Pumlai Island. Mystic Frost did not show any joy at the sight of the conjoined body mighty figures. Instead, he turned even more anxious and hollered, Hurry back! Hurry back and invite the Patriarch out of seclusion! Right then, Suzumo stood in midair with his wings flapping. Facing the many conjoined body mighty figures not far away, he suddenly opened his mouth. Swoosh! An incomparably scorching scarlet flame burst forth from Suzumo's mouth that contained an extremely terrifying power, as though it could incinerate everything in the world into ashes. Even the void cracked under the burning of the flames. Terrifying flames rained down and engulfed the mighty figures of Pumlai Island instantly. Even Mystic Frost was not spared. This was the innate divine power that Suzumo comprehended after entering the conjoined body realm and transforming into a dragon phoenix. It was the innate divine power of a dragon phoenix. It was the divine phoenix flame. Ah! 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 A series of tragic cries sounded from the crowd. Even conjoined body mighty figures could not break free from the sea of flames released by the dragon phoenix. In just a dozen breaths, many mighty figures of Punglai Island were burned to ashes without a corpse remaining. Chapter 1405 Extreme Speed. Chapter 1405 Extreme Speed. Su Zimo released the dragon phoenix flame and incinerated all the conjoined body mighty figures of Punglai Island who were in his way into ashes. Mystic Frost's pupils constricted at the sight of that. Swash! Su Zimo's figure flashed, and a scarlet beam of light approached. Against the terrifying might of the dragon phoenix, Mystic Frost no longer had any thoughts of defending. His head was punctured by Su Zimo's dragon phoenix claws and his essence spirit was destroyed. The young master of Punglai Island was dead. After killing everyone, Su Zimo swept his gaze across the foot of the mountain. Not far away, there were even some corpses of cultivators. They were Jing Ming, Jing Xing and the others who had followed them here. Those people were initially subservient to mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. However, in order to not expose what happened today, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix killed those cultivators of Divine Phoenix Island first. Su Zimo spread his wings and flew back to the peak of the sacred volcano. At that moment, there was no longer a need for him to conceal his tracks. Given the massive commotion on the sacred volcano, many Punglai Island cultivators had already seen his true form. There was no way he could kill all of them. At that moment, there were still no half-martial ancestors. However, if he waited till half-martial ancestors or patriarchs of Punglai Island and the Golden Crow race arrived, he would most likely be doomed. He had to leave the island as soon as possible. The reason why Su Zimo returned to the peak of the sacred volcano was because he was worried about Mo Ying. Since Mo Ying had followed him here, he had to take her back alive. Young master? When she saw Su Zimo in that state, Mo Ying was still skeptical and shouted in an experimenting manner. It's me, Su Zimo said in a deep voice. We can't linger here. Leave with me. Mo Ying was severely injured and Su Zimo tossed her onto his back. Flapping his wings, he soared into the skies and sped into the distance with a streak of flames. At the same time, Su Zimo released his massive spirit consciousness and searched the surface of the sea. After entering the conjoined body realm, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness expanded to a shocking range. Before long, he caught sight of a figure scurrying to escape. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Su Zimo's expression was as cold as ever. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix set a trap to kill him. This was somebody he had to kill. The speed of the dragon phoenix was way too fast. Even half-martial ancestors of the Golden Crow race could not match Su Zimo in terms of movement speed, let alone mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix who was at the conjoined body realm. In just a dozen breaths, a large scarlet cloud shrouded the head of mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix. Sensing danger, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix looked up instinctively, and saw Su Zimo flapping his wings through the clouds. Although Su Zimo's body was blazing with raging flames, his gaze was cold as ice. Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix felt his scalp tingle. When he met with Su Zimo's gaze, his legs went limp. Although he possessed the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix, he was still inferior to the Dragon Phoenix. Heavenly Phoenix, you can't escape! Su Zimo's voice sounded slowly with a chilling intent. Ha ha! When mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix saw that he could not escape, he gave up and paused before rearing his head in laughter. It's just because I'm unlucky. If I was the one who obtained the Divine Phoenix bones this time round, I would have had a chance of transforming into a Feng Huang. At that time, you would be the one escaping for your life, Desolate Marshal. Kill! Mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix refused to surrender and roared into the skies. His essence spirit, blood chi and dermic powers were already channeled to their limits as he charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo had a fearless expression as he swooped down like a gigantic fireball. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Flames splattered everywhere. After a brief pause, mighty figure Heavenly Phoenix was devoured by the gigantic fireball and his essence spirit was destroyed. Su Zimo's figure reappeared. After calming down, he continued speeding towards Divine Phoenix Island. Before long, he felt a sense of trepidation. It was as though he was targeted by an extremely terrifying existence, and could face a calamity at any moment. He had entered the conjoined body realm and had the potential to grow into a dragon phoenix with shocking combat strength. There were not many people in Tianhuang mainland who could threaten him anymore. There was only a single possibility for him to sense danger. A Mahayana Patriarch. However, he did not know if it was a Patriarch of Panlai Island or the Golden Crow race. All of a sudden, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. He did not stop and looked up instinctively. The skies darkened. Above his head, a gigantic black cloud shrouded and rumbled like ink. Gradually, the gigantic cloud began to spin, forming a massive vortex. A strange power emanated from the center of the vortex. Su Zimo glared at the center of the vortex with a grim expression. All of a sudden, a divine light burst forth from the center of the vortex. Thankfully, the illumination stone was fused into Su Zimo's eyes. Otherwise, that divine light would have blinded him. Psst! Su Zimo could not help but gasp when he saw the center of the vortex clearly. In the middle of the black cloud vortex was a gigantic eye. At that moment, the eye was glaring at Su Zimo with a cold killing intent, as though it could detect him no matter where he escaped to. Su Zimo went on a massacre on Panlai Island and killed the young master of Panlai Island along with many conjoined body mighty figures. In the end, a Mahayana Patriarch was alerted. This should be a Patriarch of Panlai Island. If it was a Patriarch of the Golden Crow race, the aura given off should be different from this. Suddenly, the eye blinked. An extremely terrifying power descended and the flames on Su Zimo's body were almost extinguished. His bones creaked as though they were about to fall apart. That was the power of a Mahayana Patriarch. Even without the appearance of the Patriarch's true body, a single eye he revealed could release the power to kill a conjoined body realm dragon phoenix. Against that immense pressure, Su Zimo's speed decreased significantly, and it was even impossible for him to escape. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and conjured a dermic art with a single thought. All of a sudden, an even larger pair of wings grew from his scarlet wings. This pair of wings were golden in color and shone with a resplendent glow. They were magnificent without any flaws. Even the wings of the Golden Crow race pale in comparison to this pair of wings. Su Zimo gave a long yell. The pair of golden wings flapped. There was a hint of divine powers. Su Zimo's figure transformed into a golden streak of light and vanished from the spot instantly. In fact, he escaped from the gigantic eye's line of sight and fled into the distance. That speed was way too fast. A look of shock flashed through the gigantic eye, as though it was in disbelief. This was another innate divine power that Su Zimo had comprehended after entering the conjoined body realm. It was also an innate divine power of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. It was a divine power of the golden rock, extreme speed. Those golden wings were the wings of the golden rock. Chapter 1406 Golden Crow Patriarch. Chapter 1406 Golden Crow Patriarch. After entering the Dharma characteristic realm, 4 balls of light appeared in Su Zimo's consciousness. The first ball of light contained a divine power, the spirit turtle shield of the sea calming turtle. It was the most defensive and managed to defend against the half-martial Ancestor when Su Zimo was at the Dharma characteristic realm. At the foot of the sacred volcano, when Su Zimo entered the conjoined body realm, the second ball of light in his mind shattered and a golden rock appeared, streaking through the skies above his consciousness in a perfect pattern. This was the second of the 4 great divine powers of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, extreme speed. This divine power came from the Golden Rock King. Among the demons, the speed of the Golden Rock was the fastest. Once released, a pair of golden wings would grow on Su Zimo's back. He spread his wings and flew thousands of kilometers instantly. Damn it! The gigantic eye in the firmament shone with rage and its voice was like thunder, reverberating through the entire sea and silencing it. The black clouds rumbled and a figure was formed. It was an old man in black robes. His beard was grayish-white and his eyes were unusually large with slight protrusions. He looked extremely terrifying. It was Patriarch Black Cloud of Pumalai Island. Patriarch Black Cloud's eyes darted around to search for Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo had already fled thousands of kilometers away when he released his extreme speed divine power, and was beyond Patriarch Black Cloud's vision. I don't believe that you can escape from my grasp when the East Sea is millions of kilometers away from the South Sea. Patriarch Black Cloud harumphed coldly, and his glabella shone as he channeled his massive spirit consciousness above the East Sea. The range of a Mahayana Patriarch's spirit consciousness was at least 50,000 kilometers. Within 50,000 kilometers, every single action of any living being could not escape the senses of a Mahayana Patriarch. Such an ability was already rather terrifying. Patriarch Black Cloud's spirit consciousness descended, and before long, he discovered a speeding golden light in the sea 5,000 kilometers away. It was Su Zimo. In that short period of time, Su Zimo had already escaped more than 25,000 kilometers. Desolate Marshal, you can't escape! Patriarch Black Cloud murmured softly. However, that voice crossed thousands of kilometers and entered Su Zimo's ears clearly, as though Patriarch Black Cloud was whispering to him. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Extreme speed alone was not enough. The dragon phoenix wings on Su Zimo's back flapped at the same time. Initially, Su Zimo's figure was merely a streak of golden light. But now, there was a scarlet shade on that golden light. Su Zimo's speed rose once more. As Patriarch Black Cloud sped with all his might, he suddenly realized that Su Zimo's speed had increased significantly once more. The distance between them was getting wider. Before long, Su Zimo's figure vanished from the range of his spirit consciousness completely. This meant that a conjoined body mighty figure had escaped from his pursuit. Patriarch Black Cloud stopped in his tracks with a terrible expression. Given Desolate Marshal's speed, he would not be able to catch up even if he continued chasing, and it would be futile. I managed to let a conjoined body mighty figure escape. Patriarch Black Cloud was secretly frustrated. Right then, his expression changed. As though he sensed something, he looked up instinctively with a hint of fear in his eyes. Thereafter, he sneered, Desolate Marshal, you can't escape after all. On the surface of the sea, Su Zimo sprinted the entire way without daring to relax. He had already left the Patriarch with the gigantic eye far behind. However, for some reason, the sense of danger in his heart did not vanish. Before long, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. A terrifying might descended. That pressure was even stronger than the Patriarch with the gigantic eye earlier on. Another Patriarch had appeared. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. What worried him was that although he had already released his extreme speed divine power and dragon phoenix wings, this Mahayana Patriarch still caught up to him. This meant that the Patriarch was even faster than him. If he was not wrong, the pursuer should be a Patriarch of the Golden Crow race. Only the Golden Crow race could possess such speed. Immediately after, a scorching aura descended from the skies and enveloped Su Zimo. Before it arrived, cracks were already formed in the surrounding space. Su Zimo did not look up. He no longer had the mind or energy to do so. All he could do was activate his bloodline wildly and extreme speed to flap his dragon phoenix wings to dodge to the side. Shing! The moment Su Zimo dodged, a gigantic golden claw descended beside him. The claw was sharp and shone with a cold glint as it crushed the void. Su Zimo did not dare to linger and continued escaping. On his back, Emoing looked up with widened eyes. In the skies above the firmaments, a gigantic figure could vaguely be seen flapping its wings and speeding forward with a faint golden glow on its body. All of a sudden, the clouds dispersed and a gigantic golden claw descended, grabbing towards their location at an astonishing speed. Although Emoing could clearly see it, she could not react to it at all. Su Zimo did not look over. However, as though he had sensed danger beforehand, he twisted his body and dodged to the other side. Shing! The gigantic claw brushed past Su Zimo's dragon phoenix body by a hair's breadth. The gigantic claw retracted into the clouds and vanished. It was only then that Mo Ying managed to even react. All of a sudden, the gigantic claw extended once more and grabbed towards Su Zimo at an even faster speed. Su Zimo dodged once more. This time round, he was a tad too slow and was scratched by the fingertips of the gigantic claw. Instantly, a wound dozens of feet long appeared on his wings with fresh blood dripping. Dozens of scarlet feathers fell off and fell into the East Sea. Su Zimo did not say anything and continued flapping his wings. "Young master, abandon me and escape by yourself." When Mo Ying saw that, she was anxious and could not help but say. Su Zimo remained silent and fled with all his might. "Fufu!" A sneer filled with mockery sounded from the firmaments. The golden crow patriarch in the clouds seemed to be playing as he reached out time and again to grab Su Zimo. More wounds appeared on Su Zimo's body. Even with the powerful regeneration capabilities of a dragon phoenix, he could not recover from the injuries and the sustained escape. Su Zimo's stamina was getting weaker. In fact, he felt waves of dizziness, and his vision blurred. All of a sudden, right in front of him, a small boat floated horizontally across the horizon amidst the clouds. Compared to the massive ocean, the small boat was like a drop of seawater, and could not even compare to a single scale on Su Zimo's body. However, Su Zimo was invigorated when he caught sight of the small boat. On the small boat lay a figure with a lazy posture. He wore a green woven rush raincoat and a green straw hat with a fishnet scattered beside his feet. The figure allowed the small boat to drift aimlessly in the seawater and was totally not bothered, looking extremely relaxed. Chapter 1407 Tribulation Transcendence Immortals. Chapter 1407 Tribulation Transcendence Immortals. "Why is there a fisherman here?" Mo Ying sighed softly. In her opinion, even Dharma-characteristic Tao lords would be shredded into pieces against the might of a Mahayana patriarch, let alone a fisherman. Right then, on the small boat, the fisherman removed the green straw hat on his face, revealing an ordinary face with an unshaved beard. The golden crow patriarch in the clouds attacked once more. A gigantic golden claw blazing with flames descended and grabbed towards Su Zimo. The fisherman's eyes were clear as he looked at the firmaments. Suddenly, he raised his hand with a fake smile. The green straw hat flew from his hands and transformed into a green beam of light. Instantly, it arrived at the gigantic golden claw and slashed forward. Scarlet blood gushed out and scattered down. Mo Ying's pupils constricted. She could clearly see that the destructive golden claw in midair was severed by the unassuming green straw hat. Even though it was severed, the gigantic claw burned with flames as it fell into the ocean. The ocean blazed with raging flames that lasted for a long time. Roar! A tragic cry sounded from the firmaments. It was a piercing screech, and Mo Ying clutched her ears with a pained expression. Thankfully, the sound disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The Mahayana patriarch of the Golden Crow race had escaped. Mo Ying's eyes widened and she could not snap out of her stupor for a moment. She felt as though she was dreaming. However, the sense of danger that surrounded her initially had indeed vanished. They were saved? She and the young master managed to survive the pursuit of the Golden Crow patriarch? Who was this fisherman? How terrifying was the cultivation realm of this fisherman to be able to slice off a claw of the Golden Crow patriarch with such ease. Right then, Su Zimo had already reverted into his human form from his true form, landing on the fisherman's small boat with Mo Ying. He was covered in injuries and was almost completely exhausted to be able to escape here. When he descended, he could not control his body. He practically smashed onto the small boat. Under normal circumstances, given Su Zimo's physique, he should be able to puncture even a cultivator's spirit vessel with his fall, let alone a small boat. However, the small boat did not budge at all despite Su Zimo smashing onto it. In fact, there were no ripples on the surface of the water beneath the small boat at all. "Thank you, Senior," Su Zimo said hurriedly and struggled to stand up. The fisherman smiled gently and waved his hand. A mysterious power enveloped Suzimo, and the pain on his body lessened significantly. The wounds on Suzimo's body were left behind by the gigantic claws of the Golden Crow Patriarch. Not only were the wounds charred black, there were even remnant divine powers. Even with the bloodline of the Dragon Phoenix, it would take an extremely long time for them to recover. However, with a wave of his hand, the fisherman erased the remaining divine powers from Suzimo's wounds. The blood of the Dragon Phoenix surged and his wounds healed at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, Suzimo's injuries healed by more than half. "Lad, we meet again." The fisherman smiled at Suzimo. Mo Ying's heart skipped a beat, and she could not help but ask, "You know this senior young master?" "We've met once." Suzimo nodded. The fisherman was the person who had guided Suzimo's saber technique, and was known as the Hermit. Back at the seaside, the senior's whereabouts were mysterious and unfathomable. Suzimo had once deduced that Hermit was definitely a peerless expert. However, he had not expected that Hermit's combat strength would be so terrifying that even a Golden Crow Patriarch had his legs severed by a single move and was forced to retreat. As one of the primordial 9 races, a Patriarch expert of the Golden Crow race was comparable to the emperors of the human race. Back then, in his rage, the red-headed ghost attacked and destroyed 2 super sects of the Buddhist monasteries. Furthermore, he exhausted an emperor of the Buddhist monasteries to the point of death. The terrifying combat strength of a patriarch of the primordial races was clear. If he could defeat a patriarch of the Golden Crow race with ease, could it be? A thought flashed through Suzimo's mind and he could not help but jump in shock. He was truly curious and could not help but ask, "Senior, are you an expert at the Tribulation Transcendence realm?" After the conjoined body realm was the Mahayana realm. After the Mahayana realm came the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Conjoined body experts were referred to as mighty figures. Mahayana realm experts were referred to as patriarchs. Suzimo truly did not know what titles Tribulation Transcendence experts had. Even Mo Ying's ears and eyes were widened with curiosity as she waited for the fisherman's reply. Upon hearing Suzimo's question, Hermit broke out into a chuckle and shook his head. "How would you have the chance to meet an expert at the Tribulation Transcendence realm?" Hermit laughed. "Huh? What do you mean?" Suzimo was momentarily stunned. Hermit explained. "Actually, strictly speaking, Tribulation Transcendence isn't a realm. After the Mahayana realm, the cultivator's cultivation will continue to advance. When they cultivate to the perfected Mahayana realm, they will be able to sense the heavenly tribulation. If they can survive the heavenly tribulation, they will leave Tianhuang mainland and ascend to the upper world. There are extremely few people who can cultivate to the point of Tribulation Transcendence. The process of Tribulation Transcendence is even more treacherous, where only 1 in 10 will get to survive. For those that fail, their souls will dissipate and they will not reincarnate. However, those that succeed will ascend to the upper world and you will naturally not see them." Suzimo's eyes revealed a look of realization. It was no wonder why he had never heard of experts at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. So, if they could survive the heavenly tribulation, they would ascend to the upper world. At the mention of the upper world, Suzimo's heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. He suddenly felt that he was getting closer to Daiyu. Initially, the distance between the two of them was still out of reach. However, up till this point of his cultivation, he had already begun to come into contact with some things about the upper world. Hermit continued, "Those in the Mahayana realm are referred to as patriarchs. Only those that achieve the Tribulation Transcendence can be referred to as immortals." Suzimo's heart stirred. Back then, Daiyu once told him something similar. There were no immortals on Tianhuang mainland. Suzimo thought for a moment and asked, "Senior, you're an emperor?" Hermit smiled gently and did not deny. Suzimo asked again, "What's the realm of an emperor?" Hermit replied, "Emperors are actually still at the Mahayana realm. However, there are also differences in strength between Mahayana patriarchs. Emperors are the strongest type of patriarchs. Once you enter the Ancestor realm, you will naturally understand the difference between emperors and ordinary patriarchs. Hermit continued. Not only patriarchs, even emperors varied in strength. Back in the primordial era, the human race rose with multiple emperors in a bedazzling manner. However, not many ancient human race emperors could fight against the patriarchs of the primordial 9 races. Even fewer could defeat the emperors of the primordial 9 races. Su Zimo nodded. Right now, the emperors he knew that could fight against the emperors of the primordial races were the Human Emperor, Fiend Emperor Hatred, Buddha Emperor and Thunder Emperor. Chapter 1408 Return to the Dragon Race. Chapter 1408 Return to the Dragon Race. Hermit said. Back then, there were only 2 strongest emperors of the human race, the Eternal Human Emperor and the Fiend Emperor Hatred. Even the Buddha Emperor, Thunder Emperor, Saber Emperor and Sword Emperor were ranked behind them. However, the Fiend Emperor Hatred's mental demons were too strong. He hated the entire world and was lost in his ways, resulting in his eventual suicide. It was a great pity. If not for the Eternal Human Emperor who suppressed the emperors of the primordial 9 races, the human race would definitely not have won that battle. At the mention of the ancient war, the atmosphere on the small boat suddenly turned heavy. If not for the wise sages and experts of the ancient era who laid the foundation and fought with their blood, the current glory of the human race as well as its flourishing cultivation civilization would not exist. Let's not talk about that anymore. Hermit waved it off and sized up Su Zimo. You've changed quite a bit after not seeing you for a couple of years. Su Zimo replied. It was all through fate and coincidence. Your cultivation is still too low. Hermit shook his head. The birth of the 2 great taboos, the Ho and Dragon Phoenix, in this generation will definitely cause the primordial races to make a huge move. Although you're a taboo, your cultivation is only at the conjoined body realm. Against a patriarch of the primordial races, you're helpless, let alone an emperor of the primordial races. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Senior, you mean to say that the primordial races might start a huge battle in Tianhuang mainland? It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. Hermit sighed gently. Initially, this battle might only happen many years later. But now that the 2 taboos have appeared, even the primordial races can't sit still. The human race has a long history and many supersections. Given our many years of foundation, can't we defeat the primordial races? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. That's going to be difficult, Hermit said. It's difficult for humans to go against the primordial races without a peerless talent like the Eternal Human Emperor. It's still unknown who will be the masters of Tianhuang mainland, Hermit said meaningfully. After pondering for a moment, he continued. You're a taboo dragon phoenix. If you return to the dragon race, you'll definitely be protected by them. If you still care about your ties with the human race, I hope that the dragon race will be able to join forces with the human race against the other primordial races when the battle comes. Don't worry, Senior. Su Zimo nodded. Actually, even without Hermit's reminder, Su Zimo intended to make the same preparations. The reason why the Martial Dao Prime Body sent the Kun Ping Egg back to Baiming was because he hoped that he could borrow the strength of the Kun race in the future. Senior, how's your combat strength compared to the human emperor of the ancient era? Su Zimo asked again. In his opinion, if Hermit could defeat a patriarch of the Golden Crow race with such ease, the combat strength of the latter must definitely be top tier among the emperors. Hermit smiled and shook his head. I'm far inferior compared to the Eternal Human Emperor. The birth of the Dragon Phoenix will spread through Tianhuang mainland before long, and even Divine Phoenix Island won't be able to protect you. You have to head to the Dragon Bone Valley. A wary look flashed through Hermit's eyes. The Emperor of the Golden Crow race is extremely strong. He's even stronger than the Golden Crow Emperor of the Primordial Era. Only the Dragon Bone Valley can protect you. Even you can't defeat him, Senior? Su Zimo frowned and asked. It's hard to tell. Hermit shook his head. Furthermore, I can already sense the heavenly tribulation. I don't have much time left in Tianhuang mainland. If I leave, Divine Phoenix Island will no longer have any emperor. You'll be the only one we can rely on if anything happens. Don't worry, Senior, Suzimo said deeply. As the young master of Divine Phoenix Island, I'll definitely protect all the living beings of Divine Phoenix Island with all my might. Yes, Hermit said. I'll tear through space and teleport you to the Dragon Bone Valley. There's no need for you to return to Divine Phoenix Island. The birth of the Dragon Phoenix would definitely cause a huge storm. The only way Suzimo could survive was if he hid in the Dragon Bone Valley. Hermit extended his palm. Without making any motions, he merely grabbed at the void gently. The void before him suddenly collapsed and a dark passage appeared as a sinister wind gusted within. A spatial tunnel was formed with a casual tear. This was equivalent to summoning a major transference talisman. The casual method of an emperor was already this shocking. Suzimo narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly shocked. Go on. Hermit nodded slightly. Young master, I'll follow you as well, Emoing said hurriedly. Suzimo shook his head. No, that's the Dragon Bone Valley. As a human, it's inconvenient for you to enter. Don't worry, we'll meet again. With that said, Suzimo leaped into the spatial tunnel. Hermit retracted his palm and the void gradually healed. You should head back too. He waved to Emoing. Thereafter, her body drifted uncontrollably towards Divine Phoenix Island and vanished in the blink of an eye. Hermit laid down once more with a faint smile and a sinister blood glint in his eyes. He picked up the green straw hat beside him and covered his face. Dragon Bone Valley. Suddenly, a gigantic crack appeared in the skies and Suzimo's figure descended. Looking at the familiar surroundings and sensing the aura of the dragon race, Suzimo heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing went wrong. Hermit. Suzimo murmured softly in deep thought. Who's there? Suzimo's descent attracted the attention of some patrolling dragons before long. Many dragons rushed over. You are. Young master. When the dragons caught sight of Suzimo, they were stunned for a moment before reacting swiftly and exclaiming, The young master is still alive. The dragons cheered. In the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, although outsiders did not know that Suzimo was the young master of the dragon race, the dragons knew everything. Many dragons were dejected when they heard that Suzimo was exiled to the void. Even Long Tsang, who possessed the bloodline of a five-clawed divine dragon, could not feel happy. Logically speaking, with Suzimo's death, he would inherit the position of the young master of the dragon race smoothly. However, in his heart, he would rather Suzimo survive. That way, he would be able to keep improving and have a goal to catch up to. Long Amo had returned. The news spread rapidly through the Dragon Bone Valley. Long Shi rushed over. The tyrant dragon who was once hot-tempered was now laughing and crying with teary eyes. Suzimo even caught sight of Solitary Cloud. Solitary Cloud wore scarlet robes of the Illumination Dragon lineage. It was clear that he was now a part of the Illumination Dragon lineage. Suzimo could clearly sense that Solitary Cloud's dragon bloodline was now extremely pure. This meant that Solitary Cloud had already broken free from the bloodline of the Flood Dragon and transformed into a true dragon completely. Master. Solitary Cloud knelt before Suzimo and kowtowed. Good, very good. Suzimo nodded and waved his sleeves, helping Solitary Cloud up. In the Dao Inheritance Ground, Solitary Cloud had once risked his life to save Suzimo. Now that Solitary Cloud had transformed into a true dragon and obtained an opportunity that was solely his, Suzimo was delighted as well. Long Amo, it's great that you're not dead. Ha ha. Right then, Long Tsung's hearty laughter sounded. He strode over in huge strides and said with a smile, You've returned at the right time. I've comprehended another innate divine power. Let's fight again and I can let you experience it. Chapter 1409 Wounded Red-Headed Ghost. Chapter 1409 Wounded Red-Headed Ghost. Oh? Suzimo's gaze shifted to Long Tsang as he nodded slightly. Not bad, you've already entered the conjoined body realm. Long Tsang had been stuck at the perfected Dharma characteristic realm for many years. Although he was defeated in the battle with Su Zimo, his fighting spirit was ignited. Furthermore, he had benefited immensely from that battle. Not long after he returned to seclusion, he felt his cultivation realm shift and broke through to the conjoined body realm in one fell swoop. Back when he was at the Dharma characteristic realm, Long Tsang comprehended two innate divine powers. After entering the conjoined body realm, he comprehended another innate divine power, and his combat strength increased exponentially. That was the reason why he looked for Su Zimo excitedly and wanted to fight again. Long Tsang, what are you doing? Long Shi raised her brows and glared at Long Tsang, saying in an unfriendly manner, Our young master have only just advanced to the Dharma characteristic realm not long ago, but you're already at the conjoined body realm. What's there to fight? It's completely unfair. Ha ha! Long Tsang burst into laughter and teased. Your heart is already aching before the fight begins. If we really end up in a fight, the two of you can't join forces. It's none of your business. Long Shi raised her fist. Forget it. Long Tsang smiled. Young master, we'll fight again after you advance to the conjoined body realm. In the dragon race, you're the only one worthy of being my opponent. Conjoined body realm? Su Zimo smiled gently. I am now. Long Tsang was stunned. The dragons widened their eyes as well and looked at Su Zimo in disbelief, thinking that they had heard wrongly. How many years had passed since the young master entered the Dharma characteristic realm? Dragons have long lifespans. All these years that passed felt like the blink of an eye for the dragons. Su Zimo did not say much and merely released his might as a conjoined body slowly. The dragons were shocked. Indeed! Long Tsang was delighted as well as his eyes lit up. Good, good, good! That's perfect! Let's fight in the dragon blood battlefield again. You're not my match. Su Zimo shook his head. Why? Long Tsang's expression darkened in displeasure. Are you looking down on me? After all, he possessed the bloodline of a five-clawed divine dragon, which was the most noble bloodline of the dragon race. He possessed a deep pride in himself. He had indeed lost to Su Zimo in the past, and he was convinced of his defeat in that battle as well. However, he had never admitted defeat. He believed that one day, he would defeat Su Zimo openly. He wanted to retrieve the glory of the five-clawed divine dragon. Su Zimo shook his head and did not explain. Instead, he channeled his bloodline and his bones crackled as an extremely terrifying aura burst forth from his body. Roar! He reared his head and howled. That howl was not a pure dragon roar. Instead, it was mixed with a faint and clear phoenix cry. Immediately after, Su Zimo's hands turned into a pair of menacing claws. Suddenly, a gigantic pair of wings extended from his back. Every single feather was scarlet and crystalline with blazing flames. He did not transform into a dragon phoenix completely. Even so, the taboo aura he emitted still caused the dragons' expressions to change and their hearts to tremble. All the dragons present knelt on the ground with shocked expressions. Even Long Tsang lowered his head against the aura of a taboo. At that moment, the bloodline of the five-clawed divine dragon was suppressed completely. Not far away, there were initially a few dragon elders who were flying in the air. However, when that aura descended, they were shocked and descended from midair hurriedly with bewildered expressions. Bang! 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 One after another, powerful auras burst forth from the Dragon Bone Valley. Some of the grand elders of the dragon race who were initially in seclusion were alarmed by the taboo aura and came out one after another, looking over. Taboo Dragon Phoenix! The Blue Dragon Grand Elder exclaimed with widened eyes. He did it! The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder could not help but burst into laughter emotionally. All the dragons were shocked at the mention of the words Taboo Dragon Phoenix. Long Tsang felt a sense of helplessness when he looked at the figure in midair. A primordial taboo. Although his bloodline was shocking, he was talented and had many trump cards. Up till now, he did not have the capability to challenge taboos. He laughed bitterly and shook his head. Initially, he was filled with confidence and looked forward to fighting Su Zimo again. To think that the gap between the two of them would only increase after a few years. Long mo. The voice of the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder sounded. Follow me to meet someone. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo's gaze landed on Long Tsang. Nodding, he reverted to his human form and left with the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder. Before long, the two of them arrived before a gigantic cave. The cave reeked of medicinal herbs that were extremely pungent. The cave was extremely spacious and there was only a single person. His scarlet hair was like flames and he had a rough appearance. With a burning gaze, he exuded an extremely powerful might. Red-headed ghost! Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. He has already transformed into a dragon phoenix? The red-headed ghost swept his gaze across Su Zimo and asked. Su Zimo nodded before frowning. Red-headed ghost, you're injured? Yes. The red-headed ghost had a terrible expression. Why don't you head to the primordial divine spring to recuperate? Su Zimo asked again. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder at the side explained. Although the primordial divine spring can revive the dead and regrow flesh, its impact on Ancestor realm experts is almost negligible. Who could have hurt you? Frowning, Su Zimo could not help but ask. What sort of combat strength did the red-headed ghost possess? Back then, he fought against the Dharma Emperor of the Buddhist monasteries with an internecine outcome, and even single-handedly destroyed 2 super sects. But now, the red-headed ghost was injured. The red-headed ghost said in a deep voice. That day, after I left the Dragon Burial Valley, I did not return to the Dragon Bone Valley. Instead, I went to another place. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo suddenly thought of something and blurted. Thousand Demon Valley! That's right. The red-headed ghost nodded. You once mentioned to me that a blood face appeared in the 1,000-year blood sea of Thousand Demon Valley as well. I naturally had to find out more. Back then, a blood face was hidden at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. If not for Dai Yu's appearance, even Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost would not have noticed the existence of that blood face. That blood face could very likely be the true mastermind behind the destruction of the Great Qian Empire. The death of the red-headed ghost child might have something to do with that blood face as well. Given the red-headed ghost temperament, he would naturally not miss out upon receiving news of the blood face. You saw him? Su Zimo frowned and asked. No. The red-headed ghost had a grim expression. Before I could see clearly what was beneath the 1,000-year blood sea, I was injured by it, and nearly died within. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The 1,000-year blood sea was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said in a deep voice. Zimo, that blood sea is extremely terrifying. You must not step foot into it before you cultivate to the Mahayana realm. Su Zimo nodded. Chapter 1410 Ancestral Dragon Ground. Chapter 1410 Ancestral Dragon Ground. Where have you been for the past few years? The red-headed ghost asked. Su Zimo recounted his experiences on Divine Phoenix Island in a rough manner, including how he killed the 3 Golden Crow Princes on Pumalai Island as well as Hermit. Hermit. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder focused his gaze. If I'm not wrong, he should be this generation's Saber Emperor. The red-headed ghost said in a deep voice. Since your identity as a dragon phoenix has been exposed, it won't be long before news of it spreads through Tianhuang mainland. For the time being, don't leave the Dragon Bone Valley. Once the news spread to the various forbidden grounds, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. There was a high chance that experts of the primordial races would attack to kill Su Zimo the moment he showed himself. It was the same as Night Spirit back then. Let's head to the Ancestral Dragon Ground. Right then, the red-headed ghost said in a deep voice. Let Long Mo and Long Tsung go together. That's the only place where they can grow at the fastest speed. If the other primordial races were to disregard everything and join forces to kill the Taboo Dragon Phoenix, the dragon race alone would definitely not be able to defend against it. The only way to tide through this calamity was to let the taboo grow as quickly as possible. Ancestral Dragon Ground? Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. He had not stayed in the Dragon Bone Valley for long, but he had never heard of such a place. That is a space opened up by the Dragon Phoenix of the primordial era back then. If the ancestral dragon of every generation could not transcend the tribulations and his lifespan was exhausted, he would be buried there, the red-headed ghost said in a deep voice. The ancestral dragon ground is filled with an extremely rich chi of the ancestral dragon. If you cultivate there, you'll definitely require less effort for everything. Why not let our clansmen cultivate there? Su Zimo could not help but ask. The red-headed ghost sneered. Do you think that the chi of the ancestral dragon is something that anyone can endure? If not for the fact that you're a dragon phoenix and Long Tsang is a five-clawed divine dragon, any other adult dragon at the conjoined body realm would explode and die inside. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said. The Taboo Dragon Phoenix of the primordial era should have left some legacies in the ancestral dragon ground. Only your bloodline is qualified to inherit them. Cultivate there. Unless the Dragon Bone Valley is destroyed, you'll definitely be safe in the ancestral dragon ground without any danger. All right. Su Zimo nodded. With the Martial Dao True Body and Green Lotus True Body watching over Tianhuang mainland, nothing major should happen to it. Go on, I still have to recuperate in seclusion. The red-headed ghost waved his hand. Follow me. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder left the cave first with Su Zimo right behind. Before long, the two of them arrived before the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder released his spirit consciousness and sent out a series of messages. Before long, the Grand Elders of the other four lineages arrived as well as Long Tsang. Open the ancestral dragon ground and send Long Mo and Long Tsang in, the Illumination Dragon Grand Elder said in a deep voice. Under normal circumstances, the opening of the ancestral dragon ground required the elders of the five lineages to discuss it together. But now that Su Zimo was a dragon phoenix and Long Tsang was a divine dragon of the five lineages, this was an unprecedented situation. Without hesitation, the five Grand Elders made the decision. The spatial node of the ancestral dragon ground was on the ancestral dragon divine pillar. The five Grand Elders joined forces and pierced their fingertips respectively, squeezing out a drop of blood each. The blood landed in midair and transformed into a divine dragon that entered the ancestral dragon divine pillar. Only the ancestral dragon bloodline of the five lineages could open up the ancestral dragon ground. Bang! Boom! Boom! The ancestral dragon divine pillar swayed, and immediately after, a massive cave gradually appeared on the gigantic stone pillar with an ancient aura. Long Mo Long Tsang, you guys can head in. The Illumination Dragon Grand Elder nodded slightly with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, feeling reassured. Su Zimo and Long Tsang exchanged glances and entered the cave without hesitation, disappearing from the Dragon Bone Valley. It was an extremely desolate land. From afar, there was no greenery to be seen. In the distance, gigantic stone pillars that towered into the skies were erected. They had some words of the dragon race etched on them. An ancestral dragon was buried beneath every single stone pillar. The stone pillars resembled tombstones of the human race. The two of them had just arrived in this space when they felt an extremely powerful ancestral dragon chi surge into their bodies wildly, tempering and transforming their bodies. Yes! Long Tsang grunted. Poof! 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 Almost in the blink of an eye, his skin exploded with streaks of blood appearing. He was drenched in blood. The ancestral dragon chi here was left behind by the ancestral dragons of the past. Under normal circumstances, only the ancestral dragon could cultivate here. Conjoined body mighty figures could not withstand it at all. However, Long Tsang was a five-clawed divine dragon after all. Although he was only at the conjoined body realm, his body and bloodline were already extremely strong. Under the baptism of the ancestral dragon chi, he managed to survive and panted heavily. On the other side, Su Zimo merely frowned. The ancestral dragon chi entered his body and gradually fused with his body and bloodline without causing much of a reaction. The difference between the two of them was clear. Still all right? Su Zimo turned and asked. That pain was something he could not help with at all. Long Tsang could only depend on himself to endure, resolve, and comprehend it. Not bad, let's go. Long Tsang gritted his teeth and said. His voice trembled slightly against the immense pain. Su Zimo nodded and began walking towards the gigantic stone pillars in the distance. With every few steps, he frowned. The deeper one ventured into the ancestral dragon ground, the richer and more berserk the ancestral dragon chi became. After taking a few steps, even his dragon phoenix body felt uncomfortable. Su Zimo looked back. True enough. Long Tsang had a pained expression and could no longer hold on. The green veins on his neck popped out, and he suddenly growled deeply. Transforming to his true form, he sprawled on the ground and panted heavily to neutralize the ancestral dragon chi in his body. I can't advance anymore. Long Tsang's voice was a little weak. Young master, walk forward yourself. Be careful. All right. Su Zimo nodded and continued forward. As he gradually ventured deeper into the ancestral dragon ground, the ancestral dragon chi became richer and surged into his body wildly, baptizing his bloodline and body continuously. By the time Su Zimo arrived in front of the cemetery, his dragon phoenix body was already at its limits. His forehead was filled with sweat and scarlet scales grew on his body one after another. He was on the verge of transforming into his true form. There's a junior that can reach here? Suddenly, Su Zimo heard a soft exclamation. He turned towards the voice. At the entrance of the cemetery, an old man in his twilight years was looking at him. With a hunched and skinny body, he held a broom in his hands as though he was cleaning up the cemetery. There was a strange power in the old man's gaze. The ancestral dragon chi in Su Zimo's body exploded instantly. Roar! Su Zimo roared into the skies and reverted to his true form. With a dragon's body, phoenix's tail, and a gigantic pair of scarlet wings on his back, his entire body blazed with raging flames. The chi of the ancestral dragon coiled and its might spread, causing the entire ancestral dragon ground to tremble. Taboo Dragon Phoenix! The old man narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1411 North Sea Glaciers. Chapter 1411 North Sea Glaciers. Suddenly, a storm brewed in the cultivation world of Tianhuang mainland, and news after news spread one after another, causing a huge uproar with countless cultivators of sex shocked. Have you heard? Desolate Marshal isn't dead. He appeared in the south region a while ago. I've heard about it as well. I heard that the primordial divine spring even appeared in the south region and was occupied by the Nangong aristocratic family. It seems like Desolate Marshal fought against the three aristocratic families. However, I don't know the exact details. Back then, when Su Zimo killed many mighty figures of the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families underground in Binding Town, as well as two half-martial ancestors, the two aristocratic families remained silent about this matter and kept it a secret. Who would publicize something as such openly? Therefore, although news of the reappearance of Desolate Marshal spread in the cultivation world, nobody knew what exactly happened in the south region. This Desolate Marshal sure is lucky. He didn't die even after being exiled into the void by a half-martial ancestor. I heard that Desolate Marshal has already entered the conjoined body realm. If he's at the conjoined body realm, the only people who can stop him in the cultivation world are probably half-martial ancestors. Chaos Essence Sect. Fan sat in his cave abode with a dark expression when he heard the news from his disciples. He said in a deep voice, "Send some more cultivators to the south region to investigate the location of Desolate Marshal. Report to me immediately if there's any news. Master, if Desolate Marshal is at the conjoined body realm, it means that he must have already fused 3 supreme dermic bodies. It'll probably be troublesome," a cultivator said in a deep voice. Humph! Fan remarked coldly. No matter how strong he is, he has only just entered the conjoined body realm. A half-martial ancestor is not somebody that any conjoined body mighty figure can challenge across a major cultivation realm. Yes, the cultivator replied hurriedly. After pondering for a moment, Fan continued, "You don't have to worry. If I attack again, I won't be alone. This time round, even if I have to join forces with the other half-martial ancestors, I'll kill Desolate Martial completely. In the cultivation world, there were people who were filled with hatred and worry when they heard that Desolate Martial was still alive. Naturally, there were also people that rejoiced. Ethereal Peak, Great Zhou Dynasty's Ji Yao Xue, 100 Refinement Sex Extreme Fire, Elixir Yang Sex Xiaoning, Demoness Ji of the Fiend Sex. It was not only the cultivation world of Tianhuang mainland, even the major forbidden grounds were shaken. The fact that Desolate Martial was alive was nothing much for the major forbidden grounds. What truly stirred a storm in the forbidden grounds was the news from Pamela Island. The dragon phoenix had descended. Furthermore, this dragon phoenix was one of Desolate Martial's true bodies. The moment the news was sent, it alarmed the Ancestor realm experts of the various forbidden grounds. I heard that the dragon phoenix has already returned to the Dragon Bone Valley. It's not convenient for us to attack anymore. Yes, that old fart of the dragon race should still be alive. It's indeed not easy with him around. Actually, there's no need to worry. A powerful humanoid living being said slowly. For a taboo to grow, it requires immense resources. There's no way it can advance to the Ancestor realm without an extremely long period of time. That's right. Although the bloodline of a taboo is strong, it's extremely difficult to advance to the Ancestor realm, let alone become an emperor. Furthermore, that old thing from the dragon race doesn't have many years to live. Another humanoid living being said indifferently. That old thing will probably die before the dragon phoenix can grow further. Without him, the dragon race will be like a python without fangs. They'll still be slaughtered by us. What about Desolate Martial's Green Lotus true body? Another person asked. I heard that his Green Lotus true body isn't dead either, and has already entered the conjoined body realm. That's easy, someone said. There's no sect or faction in the human race that can protect him. Even without us making a move, any half-martial ancestor can kill him. Furthermore, there are some monster incarnates among the younger generation of the primordial races in this generation. For example, the God race's Firmament Emperor, Goddess Xiaoxiang, the Golden Crow race's 7th Prince, the Rakshasa race's Rakshasa Yu, the Witch race's Young Master Arcane Ghosts, the Blood Vine race's Teng Lingzi, and Savage Eye of our Heavenly Eye race. Any one of them is enough to kill Desolate Martial. That's right. The birth of these monster incarnates of the primordial races is a catastrophe for the cultivation world of Tianhuang mainland. Another humanoid living being grinned with a cruel expression. Another person seemed to have recalled something and lamented with a soft sigh. However, although Savage Eye's talent and wisdom are strong and he was willing to destroy his own eyes in order to cultivate the heavenly eye, his accomplishments are probably still inferior to that person back then. You mean that abandoned child from back then? That's right. That lad was born after his mother copulated with a human cultivator. Therefore, his bloodline is impure and he's considered as a bastard child that's despised by his clansmen. To think that he would display an extremely terrifying potential after he joined the Buddhist sects of the human race. Although his bloodline was impure, his combat strength was stronger than any of the Heavenly Eye race beings. He became the strongest young cultivator of the human race in that generation. Another person nodded with a reminiscent gaze. Back then, only that remnant beast of the Blood Vine race could fight him. Unfortunately, both of them died many years ago. Forget it, let's not talk about such stuff anymore. It's a long time ago. 2 taboos have descended one after another. Seems like this generation is indeed unusual. The fortune of the human race is depleted and no one can stop our primordial races from returning to rule over Tianhuang mainland once more. The human race has occupied Tianhuang mainland for so many years. It's time for them to return it to us. North Region. The extreme North Region was filled with glaciers and snowy mountains. Indeed, there was the North Sea among the 3 oceans. However, the surface of the North Sea was frozen for 10,000 years and the ice layer was at least dozens of feet thick. A piercing cold wind blew here all year round. In the Tao Inheritance Ground, the first stage of the 3 Tribulations domain, the extreme northern wind, was the cold wind outside the North Sea. In the depths of the North Sea glaciers, even conjoined body mighty figures did not dare to venture deep. That was because the depths of the North Sea glaciers was one of the 9 forbidden grounds of Tianhuang mainland. That was the legendary Baiming. In such an adverse environment, it was completely deserted and no cultivators would come here. Even vegetation could not be seen on the North Sea glaciers. However, this day, a person arrived on the North Sea glaciers. The person looked young and wore purple robes. His black hair draped over his shoulders and his eyes were clear. With a refined appearance, he headed towards the depths of the glaciers. Although the person's purple robes were thin, he did not seem to feel cold, and his face was rosy. A bone-chilling wind howled. When it blew on that person, it vanished instantly as though it was evaporated. The snowflakes that filled the skies above the glaciers fell within 10 feet of that person and turned into water droplets as well. The person advanced slowly without a single snowflake falling on his body. The purple-robed young man was the Martial Dao Prime body that had rushed over from the south region. By the time the Martial Dao Prime body arrived at the North Sea glaciers, the Dragon Phoenix True body had already returned to the Dragon Bone Valley and entered the Ancestral Dragon Ground. Thereafter, the Dragon Phoenix True body severed its connection with the 2 true bodies and cultivated in seclusion. The reason why the Martial Dao Prime body came to the North Sea that was frozen for thousands of kilometers was for a single objective. Chapter 14:12 Grand Demons of the North Sea. Chapter 14:12 Grand Demons of the North Sea. For other cultivators, the North Sea glaciers was considered a bitter cold place. The Yin wind was chilling to the bones. Cultivators with low cultivation realms and weak bloodlines could not stay here at all, let alone take a leisure stroll among the glaciers. However, it was nothing for the Martial Dao Prime body. The blood chi of the Martial Dao Prime body was strong, and his entire body was like a gigantic furnace. The martial spirit fire burned furiously, and the Yin wind and chill dissipated into emptiness before it could even approach. Unknowingly, it was already more than half a month since the Martial Dao Prime body traveled through the North Sea glaciers. He was in no hurry. Instead, he released his spirit consciousness to sense some of the oddities in the North Sea glaciers. This cold and bitter place was not as lifeless as it seemed on the surface. On the contrary, if one were to probe carefully, they would be able to see that within the glaciers, there were some life forms that could only be born in such an environment. The Martial Dao Prime body could clearly sense an ice silkworm lying quietly in the crack of the glacier not far away. The ice silkworm was extremely precious. The silk that was spat out contained an extremely cold attribute that was not inferior to divine weapons. If one did not mind the trouble, the armor made from the ice silkworm would also be a superior defensive dermic weapon. This environment gave birth to some strange life forms. The Martial Dao Prime body did not harm them and merely smiled gently as he continued through the glacier. When his feet landed on the glacier, he could even sense some living beings that lived deep in the ocean beneath the thick glacier. This place was not far from Baiming. The closer it was to Baiming, the colder the surroundings became. Any living being that could survive in the sea had to be an overlord at least. That was equivalent to Dharma characteristic Tao lords of the human race. At that moment, 3 North Sea Grand Demons were gathered in the sea beneath the glacier under the Martial Dao Prime body. Grand Demons were equivalent to conjoined body mighty figures of the human race. It was nothing much for Grand Demons to gather. However, the conversation of the 3 North Sea Grand Demons caused the Martial Dao Prime body to frown. Why is there a human in the North Sea? I'm not sure. From the looks of it, this human has only just entered the Dharma characteristic realm. To think that he would be able to walk to this point. What powerful blood chi! That's right. Such strong blood chi is a great tonic for us. The 3 Grand Demons discussed in the depths of the sea. Eh? One of the Grand Demons exclaimed softly. That person stopped in his tracks. Could he have heard our conversation? How is that possible? Another Grand Demon shook his head. Unlike the outer perimeter of the North Sea, the glacier here is nearly 1,000 feet thick. Even a conjoined body mighty figure won't be able to hear what we're talking about down here. Furthermore, if he heard our conversation, his first reaction should be to turn around and flee. That's right, haha. The 3 grand demons of the North Sea gathered in the deep sea and looked at the martial Tao prime body above them through the thick ice layer, discussing how they should share their food. That human is way too skinny. He's not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. A gigantic ancient tiger whale buzzed. He'll do fine as an appetizer. Another ancient frost shark laughed. You're still hoping for a puny human to fill your stomach? Right then, a sudden movement came from the top of the glacier. The 3 grand demons in the depths of the sea looked over and could not help but frown. With every single step the human on the glacier took, the ice beneath his feet would melt and a deep footprint would appear. Before long, the human had already walked a circle around them. To the shock of the 3 grand demons, when connected, the footprints of the human surrounded the area they were in. What was going on? Was it a warning? The 3 North Sea grand demons exchanged glances. They did not feel any fear and were instead enraged. They were grand demons of the North Sea and ruled over this place without any reservations. Apart from some living beings in the forbidden grounds in the depths of the North Sea, who else would dare to threaten them? Furthermore, this was a human intruder. Moreover, he was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. That was not a warning. This was a provocation. Without hesitation, the 3 grand demons burst forth from the depths of the sea. Bang! 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 There were 3 loud bangs. The North Sea glacier exploded and 3 figures with powerful auras tore through the layers of the glaciers, leaping out from the depths of the sea. The 3 grand demons of the North Sea had already transformed into their human forms and stood in midair. Even in their humanoid forms, the grand demons exuded powerful mights. It was as though their entire bodies had fused with the world and were unshakable. The 3 grand demons of the North Sea surrounded the martial Tao prime body with cold, murderous expressions. The martial Tao prime body was expressionless as he looked at the 3 grand demons in midair and asked indifferently, "Didn't you guys see my warning?" "Warning?" The ancient frost shark sneered. "Do you think a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord like you is worthy of warning us? From your tone, you must be from some major sect." The ancient tiger whale grinned. When the 3 grand demons saw how the martial Tao prime body was able to maintain his calm composure despite their pressure, they knew that the latter was definitely a paragon or successor of a super sect. The ancient tiger whale changed the topic. "However, this is not the cultivation world. This is one of the 8 demon regions, the North Sea. You must be tired of living to be arrogant in our territory." The true form of the other grand demon was an ancient gigantic horseshoe crab. The gigantic horseshoe crab laughed as well. "Even if you're a disciple of a super sect, nobody will know who killed you if you die in this desolate and cold place. No matter how strong the faction behind you is, it's of no threat to grand demons like us who can come and go as we please." The martial Tao prime body shook his head. "I have no faction backing me, nor am I the disciple of any super sect." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, it's best if you guys don't provoke me. Alone, I'm already the greatest threat." "Huh!" As though they had heard something unbelievable, the 3 grand demons of the North Sea were stunned for a moment. "Ha ha!" Immediately after, the 3 grand demons of the North Sea burst into laughter with mocking expressions. "What an eye-opener!" The ancient frost shark grinned. "These days, even an early-stage Dharma characteristic human cultivator dares to threaten a grand demon in our territory. Let's see what you have to threaten us with." The ancient tiger whale roared and transformed into a streak of light in a flash, charging towards Suzimo. It believed that with its body as a conjoined body, a single charge would be enough to crush this Dharma characteristic Tao Lord into pieces. The martial Tao prime body's expression turned cold as his eyes lit up. The martial spirit fire burned and his blood chi circulated. With a loud bang, it was as though he had vanished, leaving only a gigantic furnace on the spot. The thick glacier beneath the furnace melted rapidly. Broop! Broop! Instantly, the seawater in the sea surged with a terrifying might. Chapter 14:13 One Punch. Chapter 14:13 One Punch. The glacier that was close to 1,000 feet tall melted in the blink of an eye, and the seawater surged. It was obvious how high the temperature of the furnace was. The ancient tiger whale had just closed in when it felt a surging heatwave surge towards it, causing its beard to burn instantly. To the ancient tiger whale, it felt as though there was a gigantic furnace up ahead. If it continued charging over, it would be equivalent to leaping into the furnace and being burned to ashes. The ancient tiger whale stopped in its tracks hurriedly. Right then, the Martial Dao Prime Body attacked. Without any fancy techniques or actions, he merely threw a simple punch towards the ancient tiger whale. His blood chi surged with the sound of tsunami. Tsunami blood. The 3 grand demons of the North Sea were shocked. Although they had cultivated to become grand demons, their bloodlines had not reached the stage of tsunami blood. At that moment, the blood chi released by the Martial Dao Prime Body's punch was almost about to drown the ancient tiger whale. The ancient tiger whale felt suffocated and could not even conjure its true form. All it could do was raise its arms to defend with all its might. At the same time, the ancient tiger whale channeled its essence spirit, prepared to defend against the Prime Body's attack with its arms before reverting to its true form. Bang! The Martial Dao Prime Body punched the arms of the ancient tiger whale heavily. Snap! Right after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The thick arms of the ancient tiger whale were snapped by the fist of the Martial Dao Prime Body. What was even more frightening was that the power of that punch surged like the ocean and was as violent as fire. Even after breaking the arms of the ancient tiger whale, it did not show any signs of weakness. The ancient tiger whale was only halfway through the transformation into its true form. Right then, the fists of the Martial Dao Prime Body struck him heavily and a terrifying power surged into his body instantly, destroying the life force in the Grand Demon's body as though it was crushing dry weeds. Its organs were smashed, and most of its bones were shattered. Boom! Right in front of the ancient frost shark and the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab, the ancient tiger crocodile was ruptured by a single punch from the Martial Dao Prime Body before it could even complete its transformation into its true form. The moment its essence spirit escaped, it was crushed by the heavy fist intent of the Martial Dao Prime Body and died on the spot. Dead? A grand demon of the North Sea who had cultivated for more than 10,000 years was smashed into pieces by a single punch and died. Initially, the other 2 grand demons merely wanted to watch the show and had no intention of attacking. However, at that moment, the 2 of them were completely dumbfounded. Was that the power of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord? How was that possible? The reason why the ancient tiger whale died before it transformed into its true form was partly due to it underestimating its opponent. Even so, even if the 2 grand demons joined forces, they wouldn't be able to rupture the body of an ancient tiger whale in a single punch. Right then, the Martial Dao Prime Body turned around and looked at them with eyes still as water and an indifferent expression. It was as though killing a grand demon was extremely common for this Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. The calmer the Martial Dao Prime Body was, the more uneasy the 2 grand demons felt. Both of them felt their hairs stand on end from the gaze of the Martial Dao Prime Body. Roar! Roar! The 2 grand demons did not dare to think further and reverted to their true forms right away. In the void, a gigantic shark grand demon floated. Its body was more than 1,000 feet long, and every single one of its teeth shone with a cold glint like a divine weapon, emanating an extremely cold aura. The other ancient gigantic horseshoe crab appeared. It resembled a gigantic turtle shell with a long tail. Beneath the shell, long, sharp legs grew one after another. When it opened its mouth, the air was filled with a torrential blood stench. Compared to the 2 grand demons, the Martial Dao Prime Body was as tiny as a speck of dust. However, in terms of aura, the 2 grand demons were completely disadvantaged. The Martial Dao Prime Body walked towards the 2 grand demons with a calm expression. The pressure of conjoined body mighty figures and the thick and violent demonic chi could not get close to him at all. His body was a gigantic furnace that could smelt all living beings. The pressure and demonic chi were refined into nothingness the moment they descended. A hint of fear and wariness flashed through the depths of the eyes of the two grand demons. They thought that upon their reversion to their true forms, this Dharma characteristic Tao Lord would have to be wary no matter what. At that time, they would just make some tough remarks before leaving. However, they did not expect the martial Tao Prime Body to continue towards them fearlessly. It was clear that he had no intention of letting them off. "Let's go!" The two grand demons exchanged glances and scurried towards the depths of the sea in unison. After all, they were demon beasts from the depths of the sea. Although they had cultivated to the conjoined body realm, and did not feel any discomfort on land, their combat strength could be maximized in the depths of the sea. Furthermore, even if they could not win, they would definitely be able to escape faster in the depths of the sea than on land. "Humph!" The martial Tao Prime Body had a mocking expression and said indifferently, "It's too late for you to escape now." Since he decided to attack, the martial Tao Prime Body would not be merciful. If experts of that level were let off, they would definitely become potential future problems. The figure of the martial Tao Prime Body flashed, and he vanished from the spot instantly. Crossing the voids, he was so fast that buzzing sounds could be heard. Thud! Thud! The two grand demons dove into the sea, and their gigantic bodies created massive waves with a terrifying might that slammed towards the martial Tao Prime Body. However, although the waves were terrifying and immensely powerful, they evaporated into steam before they even landed on Su Zimo. Steam rose and mist shrouded the glacier. At first glance, it looked like a paradise. However, the steam was filled with a fatal killing intent. Shoo! A black shadow tore through the air with an extremely sharp aura. It shone with a cold glint that was chilling to the bones and arrived at the glabella of the martial Tao Prime Body instantly. It was extremely precise without any mistakes. If that attack struck the glabella of the martial Tao Prime Body, his essence spirit would not even have a chance to escape. That was the tail of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab. Although the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab seemed like it turned and fled into the depths of the sea, it made use of the heavy steam release to release a fatal killing move in reverse, wanting to kill the martial Tao Prime Body on the spot. Puny light of a firefly! The martial Tao Prime Body's expression did not change as he smiled faintly. In a flash, he suddenly attacked and grabbed the incoming tail of the gigantic horseshoe crab tightly. Shoo! 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 Sharp spikes suddenly grew from the initially smooth tail, wanting to pierce the palm of the martial Tao Prime Body. This change happened without any warning at all. Furthermore, the martial Tao Prime Body had a firm grip on the tail of the gigantic horseshoe crab. There was no time to dodge at all. That was a killing move of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab. With those methods, countless demon beasts have died under its tail over the years. Once the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's palm was pierced, the long tail of the gigantic horseshoe crab would release a powerful poison. Even though the blood chi of this Dharma characteristic Tao Lord was strong, and he might not die on the spot, he would definitely be affected and his strength would weaken. Its long tail could then stab into this person's glabella conveniently and pierce the latter's essence spirit. The ancient gigantic horseshoe crab had a great plan. However, it was wrong from the beginning. The spikes could not pierce the body of the martial Tao Prime Body at all. Chapter 14:14 Kill them all. Chapter 14:14 Kill them all. The foundation of the martial Tao was the body. Practitioners of the martial Tao did not require spirit roots, and they could not sense the spirit chi of heaven and earth either. They could only use their bodies as the foundation to constantly develop their potential and open up secret grounds. The body of the martial Tao Prime Body was the martial Tao furnace that nourished the 100 Sutras and contained all dharmic arts by fusing them into it. The martial spirit fire was relentless and refined continuously. The strength of this body was something that even his dragon true body back then could not match. How shocking was it for someone to possess the power of a dragon elephant at the Golden Core realm? Although the tail spikes of this ancient gigantic horseshoe crab were sharp, they could not pierce the flesh of the martial Dao prime body. The ancient gigantic horseshoe crab's heart skipped a beat as disbelief filled its eyes. How was that possible? As a grand demon, its fangs and claws could even fight against mighty figure-dermic weapons. However, they could not pierce the flesh of this Dharma-characteristic Dao Lord. Finally, the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab felt fear. At that moment, the martial Dao prime body frowned. Although the spikes of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab's tail did not manage to pierce his flesh, it still caused him to feel pain. The expression of the martial Dao prime body turned cold. Exerting strength in his arm, he yanked the massive body of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab that was dozens of feet tall out of the depths of the sea. Although the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab had the power to overturn rivers and oceans, it could not control its body from the palm of the martial Dao prime body and was flung into the air. The martial Dao prime body leaped and punched the back of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab. Crack! 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 Cracks appeared one after another on the back of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab, expanding rapidly. The ancient gigantic horseshoe crab did not have many killing moves. Its specialty was defense. The gigantic horseshoe crab race was filled with shells that were invulnerable to weapons, water and fire the moment they were born. Even demon beasts that were stronger than them had no way of breaking through. However, at that moment, the martial Dao prime body's punch crushed the shell of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab. Without the protection of the tough shell, the terrifying power surged in and penetrated the body of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab instantly. Flesh and blood splattered in midair in an extremely tragic manner. Shoo! The essence spirit of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab transformed into a streak of light and fled into the distance. The martial Dao prime body reached out and grabbed through the void. The void in the distance distorted, and the essence spirit of the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab was minced instantly by the distortion of space, dying on the spot. Suddenly, the storage bag of the martial Dao prime body moved. Something with a mysterious aura leaped out. It was rotund and its body was filled with strange patterns, emitting a powerful devouring power. That round object was the Kunping egg. Sensing the aura of the flesh outside, the Kunping egg could not hold it back any longer. Without waiting for the martial Dao prime body to take it out, the Kunping egg dashed out of the storage bag on its own accord and devoured the flesh and essence of the two North Sea Grand Demons in huge mouthfuls with extreme excitement. The blood chi contained by massive demon beasts such as the ancient tiger whale and ancient gigantic horseshoe crab was shocking as well. The blood chi of those two North Sea Grand Demons was even more immense than the 30-odd conjoined body mighty figures of the two aristocratic families that died. The North Sea was the only place that could nurture a Kunping. The martial Dao prime body ignored the Kunping egg. After killing the ancient gigantic horseshoe crab, the gaze of the martial Dao prime body shifted, as though it could cross the layers of oceans, and landed on the ancient frost shark that was escaping wildly in the depths of the oceans. Swash! The martial Dao prime body leaped into the depths of the sea. Bang! Boom! Boom! The seawater surged and spread to both sides, as though it was opening up a wide path for the martial Dao prime body. There was no seawater where the martial Dao prime body stepped foot. Although he was deep in the sea, a gigantic void was formed within 100 feet around him without any seawater surging in. The distance between the man and demon narrowed rapidly. The martial Dao furnace of the prime body smelted 100 sutras, and many powerful movement techniques were fused together. His speed was extremely terrifying, and the ancient frost shark could not escape at all. Fellow Taoist, I'm quite famous in these waters as well. At that moment of life and death, the ancient frost shark could not care less about its dignity, and took the initiative to beg for mercy. As long as you're willing to let me live, I'll definitely lay my life on the line for any orders in the future. I've given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. The martial Dao prime body replied blandly. Fellow Taoist, are you really going to be that ruthless? The ancient frost shark ground its teeth so hard that they cracked. With its back facing the martial Dao prime body, Its eyes were filled with hatred and indignance. The martial Dao Prime body remained silent and moved even faster. Human, I'll fight you! When it saw that it could not escape, the ancient frost shark suddenly turned around and roared. Its glabella shone as it gathered its spirit consciousness and released an essence spirit secret skill. A gigantic cold beam tore through the waves like a gigantic blade that slashed towards the martial Dao Prime body. A fight between essence spirits was unlike a battle of dermic techniques or melee combat. In the ancient frost shark's opinion, no matter how strong this Dharma characteristic Dao Lord's body was, the strength of his essence spirit was limited due to his cultivation realm. It would be best if this person could be killed instantly. Even if not, an essence spirit fight would result in an internecine outcome. This human would not get off lightly either. Essence spirit secret skill? The martial Dao Prime body had a calm expression and channeled his essence spirit as well. A purple flame floated out from his glabella and was filled with a shuddering aura. The flame looked extremely weak, as though a gust of wind could extinguish it. However, when the ancient frost shark's gigantic blade struck it, the purple flame merely swayed and continued burning. As for the ancient frost shark's gigantic blade, it melted into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The pupils of the ancient frost shark constricted with a horrified expression. The purple flame did not continue floating towards it and merely stopped not far away, gradually extinguishing. The ancient frost shark heaved a sigh of relief. All of a sudden, its expression changed. In its consciousness, a sharp pain came from its essence spirit. It was unbearable, as though some flame was burning its essence spirit. Ah! The ancient frost shark let out a hysterical roar as its massive body rolled in the depths of the sea, creating raging tides. However, no matter how much it struggled, it could not survive. The martial spirit fire of the martial Dao Prime body possessed a similar effect as the reverse scale. They must not be touched. Once the consciousness was tainted by it, the essence spirit would be burned by the martial spirit fire. Within a few breaths, the ancient frost shark had already quietened down. There were no injuries on the gigantic body that was more than 1,000 feet long. However, in its consciousness, its essence spirit had already vanished and was burned into nothingness by the martial spirit fire. All 3 grand demons of the North Sea were dead. The martial Dao Prime body waved his sleeves and collected the corpse of the ancient frost shark before turning back the way he came. Before long, he returned to the distance where the Kunping egg was still trying its best to devour the essence energy of the flesh and blood of the ancient tiger whale, an ancient gigantic horseshoe crab. The martial Dao Prime body threw the ancient frost shark's corpse in front of the Kunping egg as well. Eat it! The Kunping egg bowed repeatedly to express its joy. The martial Dao Prime body turned around and looked in the direction of Baiming, murmuring softly, "This should be the last time I'm feeding you. From now on, you'll return to the world that belongs to you. I wonder when we'll meet again." When it heard that, the Kunping egg that was initially excited calmed down and looked disappointed. Chapter 14-15 Visit by Desolate Marshal. Chapter 14-15 Visit by Desolate Marshal. The martial Dao Prime body continued forward. The coldness in the depths of the North Sea was even more intense, and the Eden wind was chilling to the bones. Even the martial Dao Prime body had to channel his bloodline with all his might to withstand the coldness. No life could be sensed within the range of the martial Dao Prime body's spirit consciousness anymore. He was already in the depths of the North Sea. Right then, the martial Dao Prime body looked into the distance, and his heart skipped a beat. On the distant horizon, there were no longer snow-white glaciers. Instead, a dark ocean with an extremely cold aura appeared. Even the outermost perimeter of the North Sea was frozen all year round. This was already the depths of the North Sea. However, there was an ocean that could withstand the surrounding cold without any signs of freezing. When he got closer and stood at the edge of the glacier and gazed at the deep ocean, the shock he felt was even more intense. The ocean was bottomless and boundless with a frightening calmness. It was as though there was an extremely terrifying life form hidden deep in the ocean that could explode at any moment, and create torrential waves. The Martial Dao Prime Body knew that this was the legendary forbidden ground of the Qin race. Ming. Carefree, your home is here. The Martial Dao Prime Body removed Carefree from his storage bag and said softly. Although Carefree was afraid of the Martial Dao Prime Body in his heart, he had already gained sentience, and knew that the Martial Dao Prime Body was his master. At that moment, he was extremely reluctant and dawdled, unwilling to leave. Go on. The Martial Dao Prime Body waved his hand. Cultivate well. Perhaps I'll look for you again one day. I hope that you'll still acknowledge me as your master at that time. The Kuan Ping egg was still motionless. The Martial Dao Prime Body smiled gently and gave a light push. Thump! Water splashed everywhere. The Kuan Ping egg fell into the deep ocean and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Kuan Ping had returned to Ming. The Martial Dao Prime Body did not linger and turned to leave. He knew very well that if nothing went wrong, that Kuan Ping egg would cause a huge stir in the Ming, and the Kuan race would definitely hatch it with all their might. At that time, the Kuan race with the Taboo Kuan Ping would most likely be a power that could change the situation in Tianhuang mainland. With this done, the Martial Dao Prime Body headed towards Pingyang town, prepared to continue his seclusion. Time was running out. Although Su Zimo had 3 true bodies, if a massive battle that affected the entire cultivation world were to break out in Tianhuang mainland, the strength of those 3 true bodies would not be enough. He had to advance to the Mahayana realm as soon as possible and become an Ancestor realm expert. At the same time, the Green Lotus true body had already left the territory of the 3 aristocratic families and arrived near a temple with a long history. One of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, Dapamkara Monastery. Su Zimo had not seen Ming Zhen since the Dao Inheritance Ground. All the major sects and factions gathered for the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, but Ming Zhen did not appear. That was still considered normal. However, it was odd that Ming Zhen did not appear even with the passing of Patriarch Yuan Bei. Given Ming Zhen and Patriarch Yuan Bei's relationship, he would definitely rush back to the North region the moment he heard about this matter. However, Ming Zhen did not appear the entire time. Furthermore, Su Zimo received no news of Ming Zhen. Even the spirit crane that he sent to Dapamkara Monastery received no response. This time round, Su Zimo arrived at the South region by some freak coincidence. As such, he made a move to head to Dapamkara Monastery. Dapamkara Monastery had a long history, and every single building in the monastery exuded an ancient aura that was filled with signs of time. Su Zimo descended from midair. Usually, one would head through the entrance to inform others about their first visit. If he were to travel through the air, firstly, it would be disrespectful, and secondly, it would easily lead to misunderstandings. On both sides of the entrance of Dapamkara Monastery stood a little monk. Although the 2 little monks were not old, both of them were at the Golden Core realm. Patron, stop! A little monk reached out with his tiny hands and stopped Su Zimo from afar. Patron, may I ask why you are at Dapamkara Monastery? I'm Desolate Marshal, and I'm here at Dapamkara Monastery to look for an old friend. Fellow Taoists, please enter and inform him. When Su Zimo approached, he did not put on any airs as a mighty figure, nor did he make things difficult for the 2 little Golden Core monks. Instead, he cupped his fists and explained his intentions. Desolate Marshal? The 2 little monks turned their heads slightly and frowned in deep thought. That name sounds familiar, one of the little monks muttered. All of a sudden, the other little monk seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed as he exclaimed, Why, your Tao Lord Desolate Marshal! And no! Your mighty figure Desolate Marshal? The little monk's face was pale and his mouth was quivering. The other little monk looked at Su Zimo with widened eyes and said instinctively, Legend has it that Desolate Marshal has green robes, black hair, refined features. There's no mistake about it. Why you? Patron, no, Senior! Wait here for a moment. I'll inform about your arrival right away. One of the little monks muttered incoherently before turning to flee. The other little monk was also scared out of his wits and ran up the mountain, not daring to linger. Su Zimo shook his head gently and laughed. It was no wonder why the two little monks were so frightened. Back in the Shiman villa, even a conjoined body mighty figure was stunned by Desolate Marshal's name, and did not dare to attack him, let alone two little golden core monks. Su Zimo was in no hurry. He stood at the entrance of the mountain and closed his eyes to rest, waiting quietly. Time slowly passed. Before long, an hour passed. The two little monks seemed to have disappeared and did not return. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged and his eyes were still closed. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Su Zimo frowned. Even if anything went wrong in between, 2 hours was more than enough time for the news to be sent. Su Zimo took a deep breath and did not act rashly, continuing to wait. 4 hours. 6 hours. The sun in the west gradually set. Su Zimo finally opened his eyes. Expressionlessly, he said slowly, "I'm Desolate Marshal, and I've come to Dapamkara Monastery to meet an old friend. He is the titular disciple of Dapamkara Monastery." Although his voice was neither loud nor soft, it echoed through every corner of Dapamkara Monastery. "Patron Desolate Marshal, please return." Right then, a voice sounded from Dapamkara Monastery. "The titular disciple of Dapamkara Monastery used to be Kong Ru. He doesn't know you, Patron Desolate Marshal, much less is he an old friend of yours." Su Zimo raised his brow. He remembered clearly that Ming Zhen used to be the titular disciple of Dapamkara Monastery. Could the titular disciple of Dapamkara Monastery have changed? Su Zimo was already getting impatient. With a cold expression, he declared once more, "The old friend that I want to see is Ming Zhen." A moment later, the voice from Dapamkara Monastery sounded once more. "Ming Zhen has already left the monastery. Patron Desolate Marshal, if you wish to see Ming Zhen, please search for him yourself." "Left the monastery?" Su Zimo sneered internally. If Dapamkara Monastery had told him that in the beginning, he might have believed it. But now that Dapamkara Monastery was being secretive and even forbade him from entering the monastery, there was no way Su Zimo could believe that. "Since that's the case, I won't request to meet my old friend for my visit to the monastery today. Instead, I want to meet all the accomplished monks and discuss the Tao and Buddhism with them." Su Zimo's expression was cold as he rose into the air slowly, shouting, "If you guys refuse to meet me, don't blame me for barging in." Chapter 14:16 Challenging the Monastery. Chapter 14:16 Challenging the Monastery. Audacious. Upon hearing Desolate Marshal's words, a soft holler sounded from Dapamkara Monastery, as though the person who spoke was enraged as well. No matter what, Dapamkara Monastery was one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries and was definitely a super sect in Tianhuang mainland that had been passed down through history. It had never been threatened like this before. "This is Dapamkara Monastery. How dare you behave so insolently here?" The voice from the monastery was extremely stern. Su Zimo scoffed coldly. If it was in the past, he might not have been qualified. But now that he had entered the conjoined body realm, he dared to challenge even super sects. Since this concerned Ming Zhen, he had to find out the truth no matter what. Su Zimo ignored Dapamkara Monastery's warning and flew into the air, heading towards the monastery on the mountain. "Desolate Marshal!" When he saw Su Zimo ignore the warning, the voice from Dapamkara Monastery seemed to get anxious as well. "If you dare to advance recklessly, don't blame Dapamkara Monastery for taking you down." "That's great. I want to witness the capabilities of the accomplished monks of Dapamkara Monastery." Su Zimo burst out in laughter. "Activate the formation!" The voice of Dapamkara Monastery sounded. "Hum! Hum! Hum!" Instantly, a blinding golden light burst forth from the surroundings of Dapamkara Monastery, and illuminated the entire place in a blinding manner. Dapamkara Monastery's sect protection formation. At the same time, sacred Sanskrit sounds echoed from the formation one after another. When heard clearly, it made one feel a sense of guilt and regret unconsciously. If a cultivator with a lower cultivation realm were to hear the Sanskrit sounds, they would have surrendered to their sins immediately. Furthermore, there was a high chance that they would even convert to Buddhism. However, Su Zimo was well versed in Buddhism and sat in the Tao inheritance ground for 5,000 years to deduce the martial Tao. His experience forged an unshakable and indestructible determination. The Sanskrit did not affect him at all. It went in by one ear and out by the other. However, the sect protection formation was indeed troublesome to deal with, and it was almost impossible for him to barge in. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he focused his gaze at the formation. The monk of Dipamkara Monastery sensed that Su Zimo had stopped in his tracks and seemed to be in a predicament. He could not help but say again, "Patron Desolate Marshal, please head back. Power of the Ancestor realm is required to break through this sect protection formation. Even half-martial ancestors can't do it, let alone you who have just advanced to the conjoined body realm, Patron." Su Zimo was unmoved. Actually, at that moment, he was already deducing the sect protection formation. His mind was churning rapidly as he tried his best to locate the formation eye. The transformation and evolution experienced by Su Zimo after 5,000 years of contemplation in the Tao inheritance ground was indescribable. The martial Tao was the final gain and outcome. However, during that period of time, Su Zimo obtained the inheritances of more than 30 mighty figures and half-martial ancestors. Formation techniques were one of them. Without the inheritance of formation techniques, he could not have comprehended the incomplete teleportation formation either. Patron Desolate Marshal. When the monk of Dipamkara Monastery saw that Su Zimo was still unwilling to leave, he seemed to get impatient and said in a deep voice, "Buddha is benevolent and our monastery is unwilling to sow ill will with you. This formation is only in a defensive state right now. If you refuse to leave, don't blame me for activating the offensive formation." Fufu. Right then, Su Zimo's eyes flashed, and he suddenly laughed. "You won't have that chance," Su Zimo said indifferently. Boom! He waved his sleeves and conjured a sword art. Instantly, 49 extremely sharp sword chi burst forth from his sleeves in a blinding manner. TSK! 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 The world changed in a vast expanse of white, and killing intent surged through the starry skies. Those were all heaven-slaying sword chi and were extremely sharp. Under Su Zimo's control, the 49 heaven-slaying sword chi shot towards every single corner of Dipamkara Monastery with extreme precision. Some of the sword chi entered the grass. Some of the sword chi stabbed into the green stone. Some of the sword chi severed the ancient trees. When the monk of Dipamkara Monastery saw that, his expression changed. Those sword chi were not stabbing casually. Every single sword chi landed at the formation eyes. Actually, the sect protection formation was already rather complicated and had as many as 49 formation eyes. It formed a heavenly cycle and had an extremely strong defense. Only true Mahayana patriarchs could break through the formation with their divine powers. However, no matter how complex or powerful the formation was, it had weaknesses and openings, the formation eyes. Formation eyes were the crux and core of how formations functioned. No matter how strong a formation was, once the formation eye was destroyed, it would naturally not be able to hold out. There was no way the 49 formation eyes could defend against the sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi, and they were pierced almost instantly. Bang! Boom! Boom! The sect protection formation dissipated instantly. Su Zimo had expended a lot of effort in this clash. After all, it was an immense burden for him to locate the 49 formation eyes of the sect protection formation in such a short period of time. However, the monks of Dipamkara Monastery saw the situation differently. None of them knew how much effort Su Zimo had expended. To them, Su Zimo merely waved his sleeves gently and the entire sect protection formation dissipated. "Desolate Marshal, you!" It was clear that the monk from Dipamkara Monastery had not expected such a scene. Su Zimo strode forward and arrived in front of the tall and tightly shut monastery. He hollered softly, "Since all the accomplished monks are unwilling to meet me, I'll have to pay a personal visit. Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo clenched his fists and punched towards the monastery door. Although this monastery door was made from a unique rock of the universe and was incomparably tough, there was no way it could defend against the power of a grade 7 creation green lotus. Boom! The monastery door was smashed by Su Zimo's punch and countless rocks exploded in all directions. Amidst the rumbling dust, Su Zimo was like a god that looked down on the world and could not be offended. He crossed the ruins and walked slowly into Dapamkara Monastery. Opposite the monastery door was the massive Heavenly King Palace. At that moment, many monks stood in front of the Heavenly King Palace. Although their cultivation realms varied, the weakest were at the Void Reversion realm. There were also many Dharma-characteristic Tao lords and more than 10 conjoined body mighty figures. As though they were faced with a great enemy, those monks were on guard as they glared at Su Zimo, who was walking over slowly. The conjoined body monk in the lead might be rotund, but he had a dignified expression. Holding a diamond Zen staff in his left hand and a string of prayer beads in his right, he scrutinized Su Zimo as well. Patron Desolate Marshal, how dare you barge into Dapamkara Monastery and destroy our monastery door? The diamond Zen staff in the hands of the fat monk slammed heavily onto the ground with a deafening bang that sounded like thunder. The thump of the diamond Zen staff coupled with the fat monk's shout produced an extremely powerful sound domain attack. However, Su Zimo's expression was calm. The sound domain attack could not hurt the grade 7 creation green lotus at all. In the current cultivation world, apart from some cultivators of the 3 aristocratic families, no one knew what sort of transformation Su Zimo had undergone in Baiming Town. Who are you? Su Zimo asked expressionlessly. I'm the abbot of Dapamkara Monastery. My dermic title is Huishin, the fat monk said slowly. Chapter 14:17 A Single Roar. Chapter 14:17 A Single Roar. Oh, Su Zimo replied casually with a calm expression. Given his current reputation, he could even address the sect masters of the super sects as equals without bowing down. Desolate Marshal, Buddha is compassionate. If you retreat now, Dapamkara Monastery will let bygones be bygones for today's matter. If you continue to push your luck, don't blame us for suppressing you as an enemy. Abbot Huishin had a stern expression, and his voice was stern. Master, why argue with him? A young monk stood out with a burning gaze and a powerful aura. Although he was at the Dharma characteristic realm, he did not show any fear in front of Su Zimo. My previous dermic title was Kong Ru, and I'm now the titular disciple of Dapamkara Monastery. You can call me Tao Lord Dapamkara as well. Kong Ru walked out slowly and looked at Su Zimo eagerly. I've long heard about how Desolate Marshal established the Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings. Your combat strength is heaven-defying and you're the #1 monster incarnate in history, invincible among your peers. Up till this point of my cultivation, I've never lost either, and I've also suppressed conjoined body mighty figures. Patron Desolate Marshal, let me witness your capabilities today. Ha! Instead of getting angry, Su Zimo laughed. Dapamkara Monastery has truly opened my eyes today, Su Zimo said. Up till this point of my cultivation, I've overwhelmed strong foes. There are very few low-level cultivators who dare to challenge me. You're one of them. Kong Ru, retreat! Abbot Huishin frowned and hollered softly. Although he had never met Su Zimo before, there were way too many rumors about Desolate Marshal over the years. It was definitely not a fluke that Desolate Marshal was able to reach his current status. Kong Ru was indeed a rare paragon and monster incarnate of Dapamkara Monastery in this generation. However, he was still slightly inferior if he wanted to challenge Desolate Marshal across a major cultivation realm. Master, don't worry. I'll just spar with Patron Desolate Marshal. Kong Ru was still insistent, and his eyes burned with a raring battle intent. He glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and even provoked. Why? Fellow Taoist Desolate Marshal, are you afraid of fighting me because you're worried that your reputation will be tarnished? Ha ha! Su Zimo burst out in laughter. Good, good, good! Su Zimo praised repeatedly and strode towards Kong Ru, nodding. It's very rare for you to have such guts. Unfortunately. He did not continue and suddenly stopped in his tracks. When Kong Ru saw Su Zimo walk over, he focused his attention and was on guard. He took out a gigantic staff from his storage bag and waved it gently. It seemed like it was extremely heavy. The two of them were less than 10 feet apart. Suddenly, Su Zimo shouted, "Kill!" Snap! There was a deafening sound. It exploded in Kong Ru's ears like thunder. Kong Ru's eyes widened and turned bloodshot instantly. His mind went blank and he froze on the spot, as though he was struck by lightning. It was Thunderclap Kill, the sound domain attack. Now that Su Zimo was at the conjoined body realm, and his body had transformed into a grade 7 creation green lotus, the might of his sound domain attack had increased exponentially as well. Even a conjoined body mighty figure might not be able to withstand it, let alone Kong Ru, who was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. Unfortunately, your combat strength is a little lacking, Su Zimo said indifferently. It was only then that he continued what he had not finished earlier on. Thump! Kong Ru collapsed stiffly with his eyes closed. Although he was still breathing, he had fainted from the shock. The monks were in an uproar. The titular disciple of Dipamkara Monastery fainted from a single roar of Desolate martial. That exchange was extremely sudden and short. Sound domain attacks were instantaneous. Even if Abbot Huishin and the other monks wanted to help, it would be too late. Furthermore, Abbot Huishin and the other monks were not too far away from Su Zimo. Their ears rang as well from the impact of Thunderclap Kill and their teeth ached. Dharma characteristic monks, retreat! Conjoined body monks, join forces with me! Abbot Huishin hollered and reacted instantly. Waving his diamond Zen staff, he charged towards Su Zimo. More than 10 conjoined body monks released their destiny dermic weapons one after another and attacked Su Zimo. Desolate Marshal, you barged into Dipamkara Monastery and destroyed our formation, our monastery door, and even injured our titular disciple. Don't blame us for joining forces to suppress you, he said in a deep voice. You guys think that you're strong enough to suppress me? Su Zimo scoffed coldly. Boom! In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light and appeared before Abbot Huishin in the blink of an eye, punching with his fist. Abbot Huishin swung the diamond Zen staff and smashed it towards Su Zimo's fist. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. In fact, he did not even change tactics. You're asking for trouble. Abbot Huishin harumphed and did not stop. His diamond Zen staff was forged from diamond meteors and was indestructible. It was a connate mighty figure dermic weapon and was not something that a body of flesh and blood could defend against. Bang! As that thought crossed his mind, the diamond Zen staff held by Abbot Huishin smashed heavily against Su Zimo's fist. Instead of the bone-crushing sound he had imagined, there was a strange sound of defeat. He's fine? Abbot Huishin pupils constricted as he looked at everything before him in disbelief. Immediately after, his expression changed. He felt a terrifying power surge into the diamond Zen staff like an ocean. Buzz! Buzz! Against that power, the diamond Zen staff could not help but tremble. Even with his strength, Abbot Huishin could not suppress it. Using his fist as a palm, Su Zimo's strength changed from extreme toughness to extreme gentleness as exerted a punch and a tremble on the diamond Zen staff. Arg! Abbot Huishin shrieked as his palm was torn and blood gushed out like a fountain. His destiny dermic weapon was snatched away by Su Zimo barehanded. At that moment, the other conjoined body monks of Dipamkara Monastery had already closed in. Many dermic arts and dermic weapons descended. Without even turning back to look, Su Zimo snatched the diamond Zen staff and flung it in reverse. Hulu! The diamond Zen staff transformed into a golden streak of light and tore through the air. Clang! The diamond Zen staff collided against a wooden fish that was flying over and shattered it. A conjoined body monk's expression changed and he spat out blood. That wooden fish was his destiny dermic weapon, but it was destroyed by Su Zimo in a single move. The Diamond Zen staff continued its momentum and charged towards the embrace of another conjoined body monk. The monk hurriedly retracted his destiny dermic weapon. It was a gigantic ancient bell that shielded him. Dong! The Diamond Zen staff collided against the ancient bell with a long bang. The conjoined body monk shuddered and fell from midair with a dazed expression and listless eyes. He was stunned by his own ancient bell that was in his embrace. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sound of a tsunami surged from within Su Zimo's body. Ah! Roaring into the skies, Su Zimo's blood chi was torrential as he charged towards the surrounding conjoined body cultivators. Bang! 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 Su Zimo was barehanded and did not use any dermic weapons or dermic arts. He shattered all the incoming dermic arts and repelled all the incoming dermic weapons. He could break all dermic arts with brute force. Chapter 14:18 Sweep. Chapter 14:18 Sweep. All the monks were shocked. The battle of Heaven and Earth Valley spread throughout the world, and all the cultivators knew that this true body of Su Zimo had many dermic arts as trump cards. However, it was weaker in terms of physique and bloodline. However, they did not expect that he would be able to break all dermic arts with his tsunami blood and destroy all the dermic arts and weapons of the monks. Om. Ma. Ni. Pa. Mi. Ham. The 6 words of the damning mantra burst forth, and Sanskrit reverberated through the world. Fiend Suppression Seal, Immortal Trap Seal, Demon Subduing Seal, Immovable Foundation Seal, Great Mount Meru Seal and Great Vajra Wheel Seal. 6 dermic seals descended instantly. The monks conjured secret skills to fight once more. However, Su Zimo had advanced to the conjoined body realm and attained the grade 7 green lotus body. The black-haired essence spirit was tempered with the Tao techniques of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend sects, and its essence spirit was even more condensed than a half-martial ancestor. Boundless dermic powers were released with a single thought of the spirit consciousness. Even the most ordinary dermic art was difficult to defend against, let alone the heaven-grade cultivation technique of Daming Monastery that was being released right now. Bang! 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 The monks that were clashing head-on with the 6 daming dermic seals were suppressed one after another and fell to the ground. Their faces were pale as their organs were shaken and fresh blood sprayed from their mouths. The moment Abbot Huishin charged forward, he was suppressed by the great Mount Meru seal. In a flash, Su Zimo arrived before a conjoined body monk and slapped his palm on the monk's head. The monk was stunned by the damning mantra and reacted slower. Unable to dodge in time, he could only raise his arms to defend. Snap! The arms of the conjoined body monk were snapped by Su Zimo, and he fell from midair. Without even turning back, Su Zimo suddenly retreated and smashed into the arms of another monk, sending the latter flying. Right now, Su Zimo was a grade 7 creation green lotus in human form. Under the encirclement of the monks, he barged forward and no monk could defend against him. The battle broke out, and in less than 10 breaths, Abbot Huishin and more than 10 conjoined body mighty figures were defeated. Who are you? How dare you barge into my monastery and hurt my monks? Right then, a holler sounded from the back hall of Dipamkara Monastery. It was like a bell and was filled with endless might and rage. Boom! A terrifying aura surged into the skies. It was the aura of a half-martial ancestor. In the blink of an eye, a monk appeared in the skies above the heavenly king palace. He was burly and wielded a fiend-vanquishing staff. With widened eyes, he looked like a furious Vajra with a terrifying might. Elder Huixing! When the monks saw the monk, they were invigorated and shouted one after another. Monks that cultivated Buddhism were mostly pure and aloof from anger. However, Elder Huixing was an anomaly among the Buddhist monasteries. His personality was explosive, and even though he cultivated Buddhism, it had not changed for many years. He was incomparably stern and managed discipline within Dipamkara Monastery. All the monks in the monastery were extremely fearful of Elder Huixing. Elder Wei Xing was a true half-martial ancestor. I'm Desolate Martial. Su Zimo looked at Wei Xing and said indifferently, I'm here to visit an old friend, but the accomplished monks of Dapamkara Monastery are being secretive and refuse let me meet him. That's why you barged into the sect? Elder Wei Xing glared at him and shouted. I want to know about Ming Zhen's situation, Su Zimo replied. If you tell the truth, I'll leave on my own accord. At the mention of Ming Zhen, Elder Wei Xing frowned. It was clear that he knew something as well. What a joke! Suddenly, Elder Wei Xing shouted. You barged into the sect and injured our disciples. Do you think you can leave unscathed? Desolate Martial, aren't you way too arrogant? I'll teach you a lesson today. The moment he said that, Elder Wei Xing leaped down from the Heavenly King Palace and released the might of a half-martial ancestor. Gripping the fiend-vanquishing staff with both hands, he descended from the skies and smashed it towards Su Zimo's head. Su Zimo did not dare to underestimate a half-martial ancestor expert. A grade 7 creation green lotus could defend against mighty figured dermic weapons. However, the dermic weapon of a half-martial ancestor was fused with a trace of divine power, and could already pose some threat to him. Su Zimo's gaze intensified and a green lotus platform suddenly flew out from his glabella. It shone with a bedazzling green light that was like the most beautiful treasure in the world. Creation Lotus Platform! Heavens, it's a grade 7 Creation Lotus Platform! When they saw the green lotus platform, the monks were shocked and exclaimed. Some of the monks even had greed in their eyes. The Creation Green Lotus was an utmost treasure of the universe and the Buddhist monasteries. Although this was only a Creation Lotus platform, it was already at grade 7 and was an irreplaceable treasure. Who wouldn't be tempted? Su Zimo held the Creation Lotus platform and his blood chi surged. Instantly it exploded and struck towards Elder Wei Xing's fiend-vanquishing staff. Boom! The Creation Lotus platform collided with the fiend-vanquishing staff with a loud bang. A blinding light burst forth from the collision point of the two dermic weapons. It was colorful and spread rapidly in all directions, causing the tiles on the Heavenly King Palace to fall. Su Zimo's figure fell to the ground and he left 2 heavy footprints. Elder Wei Xing was not in the best state either, as he was sent flying by the terrifying power. He somersaulted a few times in midair before landing slowly. Great! The rage in Elder Wei Xing's eyes intensified as he said coldly, No wonder you dare to barge into the sect and injure our monks. It's because you have this as your backing. To think that you would be able to defend against my power! A half-martial ancestor? You're nothing much. Su Zimo had an indifferent expression as he flicked his finger. A white sword chi surrounded his fingertip in an extremely sharp manner. There were probably not many people in the world who would dare to say that a half-martial ancestor was nothing much. Extremely arrogant! Extremely arrogant! Elder Wei Xing was enraged and hollered. Today, I'll let you witness the secret skill of Dapamkara Monastery! His hands shifted continuously as he conjured hand seals. A shuddering aura emanated from Elder Wei Xing's hands. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. That was the power of divine powers. Anyone who could become a half-martial ancestor had touched on the surface of divine powers and comprehended a divine power. Even a single trace of divine power was far stronger than dermic arts. Swoosh! A green lantern appeared between Elder Wei Xing's hands. It burned with a wisp of flame that flickered indeterminately. However, that wisp of flame emitted a terrifying heat. Go! Slapping his storage bag with his left hand, Elder Wei Xing summoned a golden alms bowl that shone with a golden glow. It expanded against the wind and arrived above Su Zimo's head swiftly. The golden alms bowl shone with a mysterious light that enveloped Su Zimo. The mysterious light possessed an extremely strange noble might that could restrict Su Zimo's figure. It was as though Su Zimo was rooted to the spot. Su Zimo frowned slightly and was about to activate his bloodline to negate the might. Go! Elder Wei Xing hollered and pointed at Su Zimo. The wisp of flame on the green lantern descended instantly. The methods of a half-martial ancestor were indeed extraordinary. Elder Weixing first stabilized Su Zimo's figure with his dermic weapon before enveloping him with a wisp of flames condensed from the power of divine powers. His attacks front and back were fluid as water without any gaps. Su Zimo could not dodge at all. Chapter 1419 Suppressing a Half-Martial Ancestor. Chapter 1419 Suppressing a Half-Martial Ancestor. The divine power flames descended and enveloped Su Zimo, blazing brightly. Almost in the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's hair and clothes were burned to ashes. Upon seeing that, the monks heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how strong Desolate Martial was, he could not defend against the power of a half-martial ancestor's divine powers. Even though he had only comprehended the basics, it was enough to suppress Desolate Martial. In the flames, Su Zimo's expression was calm and there was no fear or pain in his eyes. Although the divine power flame was extremely powerful, and even caused him to feel waves of searing pain, it was nothing much. Splash! Su Zimo's blood qi was channeled to its limits, and surged with a terrifying might like a tsunami. Against the impact of the powerful blood qi, the divine power flame burning on his body weakened significantly. However, it still burned without any signs of extinguishing. Humph! Elder Weixing said coldly. Desolate Martial, this flame has fused with a wisp of my divine power's comprehension. Even if you've cultivated to the tsunami blood realm, you won't be able to defend against it. Is that so? Su Zimo's voice was still unusually calm. However, his aura was rising continuously. Flames flashed. All of a sudden, Elder Weixing's expression changed. Right in front of him, Su Zimo's figure disappeared in the flickering flame, and in its place was a lotus that was around half the height of a human. It was green all over and the lotus leaves were green and crystalline, swaying gently in the flame. Even the divine power flame could not incinerate the green lotus. This is... When the other monks saw that, all of them were shocked with widened eyes. Bloodline phenomenon? Elder Weixing had a grim expression as he vaguely realized something. Immediately after, the green lotus soared into the skies as though it was about to burst through the world. Circling through the air, the lotus petals blossomed with a resplendent glow. 7 petals and 63 green lotus seeds. This was a complete Grade 7 creation green lotus that was more than a single level stronger than the creation lotus platform. The golden alms bowl that was initially enveloping Su Zimo's head was sent flying by the creation green lotus and fell not far away with a dim glow. The creation green lotus swayed gently. Heaven and earth rumbled. The divine power flame that enveloped the creation green lotus was suppressed by rays of light before long and gradually extinguished. The divine power flame was gone. The monks were shocked. Could even a half-martial ancestor not suppress Desolate Martial? In the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley, Desolate Martial was almost completely helpless against the power of a half-martial ancestor. How did he grow to such an extent in just a few years? Su Zimo's figure reappeared. Initially, his hair and beard were burned to ashes. However, after cultivating to the conjoined body realm, his dermic powers were boundless, and as he surged, his long black hair grew once more. Swiping his storage bag, Su Zimo took out a set of green robes and wore it again. You really think that you can teach me a lesson with such puny methods? Su Zimo sneered and closed his sword finger, slashing gently in the direction of Elder Weixing. TSK! 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 1,000 heaven-slaying sword she burst forth instantly. The vast expanse of white was blinding and weaved an inescapable net made of sword chi that enveloped Elder Weixing. The sharpness of the heaven-slaying sword chi was way too immense. Elder Weixing did not dare to be careless either. He waved the fiend-vanquishing staff in his hands and channeled his dermic powers, condensing dermic arts to collide with the incoming heaven-slaying sword chi. Clang! 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 The heaven-slaying sword chi collided with the fiend-vanquishing staff, and the sound of metal clashing echoed with sparks. Every single heaven-slaying sword chi was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, The heaven-slaying sword Qi was unusually agile and pervasive. Elder Wei Xing was already drenched in sweat after defending against the 1,000 heaven-slaying sword Qi. Thankfully, phew! Elder Wei Xing lamented internally. Thankfully, there's only slightly more than 1,000. If Desolate Marshal's comprehension was deeper and there were more sword Qi, I might not have been able to defend against it. He heaved a sigh of relief. He did not know at all that not long ago, the half-martial ancestors of the Dongfang and Shimin aristocratic families died under Su Zimo's heaven-slaying sword Qi. At that time, Su Zimo released 10,000 sword Qi instantly and killed 2 half-martial ancestors. It was not that Su Zimo had not cultivated to that stage. He did not release 10,000 sword Qi merely because he retained his rationality, and did not wish to harm Elder Wei Xing's life. Swash! After the 1,000 heaven-slaying sword Qi, Su Zimo's figure flashed, and he had already arrived before Elder Wei Xing. Raising the Creation Lotus platform, he pushed down onto Elder Wei Xing's head. Clang! In his hurry, Elder Wei Xing did not have time to think and could only raise the fiend vanquishing staff to defend. He had just dealt with 1,000 heaven-slaying sword Qi and his dermic powers took an immense toll. Now that he was in a hurry to defend and had yet to circulate his blood Qi to release it, Elder Wei Xing's body shuddered and his arms went numb. Ah! Elder Wei Xing shouted softly and retreated rapidly, wanting to distance himself and catch a breather. Unfortunately, Su Zimo's talent in melee combat was terrifying. Even the experts of this generation could not compare to him, let alone those of the same cultivation realm. Su Zimo did not give Elder Wei Xing any chance at all. He followed closely like a shadow and raised the Creation Green Lotus to suppress the latter once more. Out of helplessness, Elder Wei Xing could only raise his fiend vanquishing staff to defend. Clang! It was yet another deafening sound. Elder Wei Xing's palm was torn and fresh blood flowed. The fiend vanquishing staff flew from his hands. His teeth fell from the shock of that power, and his mouth was filled with fresh blood. His face was stricken with astonishment. Those injuries were nothing to conjoined body mighty figures, let alone half-martial ancestor experts. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he seized the opportunity to catch up and suppress with the Creation Green Lotus in his hands once more. Elder Wei Xing barely conjured a dermic art to defend. Boom! The Creation Green Lotus descended and shattered the dermic art. Elder Wei Xing's figure fell rapidly and landed heavily on the ground, creating a human-shaped pit with cracks in the surroundings as dust billowed. All the monks widened their eyes and gulped. Patriarchs were reclusive and half-martial ancestors were the strongest existences in the cultivation world. But now, a dignified half-martial ancestor expert was beaten into such a miserable state by Desolate Marshal and was hammered into the ground. Su Zimo's figure descended as well. The hearts of the monks skipped a beat. Abbot Huishin shouted hurriedly. Desolate Marshal, do you really think that Tapamkara Monastery doesn't have anyone who can suppress you? We have a long history. If the Patriarch is summoned, you will definitely die. He held a talisman in his palm that could be torn apart at any moment. It was as though the Mahayana Patriarch of Tapamkara Monastery would be alerted if the talisman was torn. Su Zimo's expression turned cold as he said slowly, I just want to know where Ming Zhen is. You guys refused to tell me and now you're using a Patriarch to suppress me? Given how guilty you guys are, you guys must have definitely harmed Ming Zhen. The moment he said that, the temperature in the monastery dipped. It was as though all the monks would have to endure the wrath of Desolate Marshal's thunder the next moment. Chapter 1420 Ashoka Wood. Chapter 1420 Ashoka Wood. Cough! Right then, a soft cough sounded from the dust not far away. A figure slowly crawled out of the shattered pit. He was covered in dust and looked wretched. It was the half-martial ancestor expert, Elder Wei Xing, who was suppressed by Su Zimo earlier on. Huishin, put away that talisman. There's no need to alarm the Patriarch about this. Elder Wei Xing shook his head. Abbot Huishin hesitated for a moment before putting the talisman into his storage bag. However, he was still on guard as though he could take it out at any moment. Elder Huixing looked at Su Zimo. Desolate Marshal, on account of the fact that you've established your Tao for all living beings, I'm not willing to alarm the Patriarch to kill you. However, you have to remember that you've inherited the legacy of Daming Monastery and Fahua Monastery, so you're also considered as half a disciple of the Buddhist monasteries. That's precisely the reason why I held back. Su Zimo replied indifferently. Otherwise, which of those people who attacked me earlier, including you, would have survived? Su Zimo had always been decisive in killing. However, this time round, even though he was surrounded and even bullied by a superior half-martial ancestor of Dipamkara Monastery, he held back and did not kill. Although the battle was intense earlier on, none of the monks of Dipamkara Monastery died. Even Monk Kong Ru, who provoked him first, merely fainted after a single shout from Su Zimo without any injuries. The monks exchanged glances in silence. They knew in their hearts that given Desolate Marshal's notorious methods in the past, it was already rare for him to restrain himself in his rage. How many Dharma-characteristic Tao lords and conjoined body mighty figures died in the Battle of Heaven and Earth Valley against Desolate Marshal? Abbot Huixing could not help but say, "Even so, you can't be unreasonable and barge into our monastery." Fufu. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. When I came to visit, I did not cross any lines at all. I waited for 6 whole hours outside Dipamkara Monastery, but there was no response from you guys. The monks were silent. I wanted to head up the mountain and reason things out with you guys. However, you guys stopped me, refused to see me, and even attacked me. Su Zimo had a mocking expression. Great, now that you've attacked and can't win, you want to try and convince me with your logic? You. Abbot Huixing was speechless and blushed in shame after hearing Su Zimo's words. I only have one question. Where is Ming Zhen? Su Zimo's gaze burned as it landed on the faces of Abbot Huixing and the others. He said slowly, Back in the Tao inheritance ground, Ming Zhen was still the titular disciple. When was his title taken away? After pausing for a moment, Su Zimo hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and asking, Ming Zhen, is he alive or dead? The monks remained silent. Monk Huixing said with slight embarrassment, Patron Desolate Marshal, monks don't lie. It's true that Ming Zhen is not in the monastery and has already left. Where did he go? Su Zimo asked right after. Abbot Huixing hesitated. Su Zimo's heart sank as he sensed that something was amiss. He hollered, Give me an answer whether Ming Zhen is dead or alive. Sigh. At the side, Elder Huixing sighed. Ming Zhen should be dead. Although he was prepared for this, Su Zimo still felt a sense of sadness when he heard Elder Huixing's words. In his mind, he could not help but recall the little monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley who had clear, innocent eyes and a single heart towards Buddhism. A voice seemed to echo in his ears. Ming Xian, I'm your senior brother from now on. In the Tao inheritance ground, the young monk wielded the green lantern and came forth without hesitation to fight alongside him. But now, everything that happened in the past had turned into dust after a single sentence from Elder Huixing. Tell me, what happened? Su Zimo stood quietly for a long time before calming down. He took a deep breath and asked slowly. We'll have to start from 10 years ago. Elder Huixing reminisced. About 10 years ago, cultivators of Southern Dual Sect discovered an utmost treasure in the vicinity of the sect. Southern Dual Sect? Su Zimo's expression changed. Southern Dual Sect, one of the 108 upper sects. Back when he first entered the intermediate ancient battlefield, he encountered cultivators of Southern Dual Sect and vaguely remembered that there was a female cultivator named Teng Shuryan. As he pondered, Elder Huixing continued, That utmost treasure is a huge chunk of Ashoka wood. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Ashoka wood. Monk Yuan Bei had once said that there were 3 sacred trees in the Buddhist monasteries, the Ashoka, Bodhi and Sal tree. The 3 sacred trees were not in Tianhuang mainland and were recorded in the ancient books of the Buddhist monasteries that they should be in the Pure Land. Now that he thought about it, the Pure Land of the Buddhist monasteries might be a term for the upper world. In the ancient era, a Siraka flower fell onto Tianhuang mainland and was obtained by the founder master of Fahua Monastery. It was regarded as an utmost treasure of the Buddhist monasteries and passed down till this day. Eventually, it landed in Su Zimo's body and became a part of it. As the name suggested, the Ashoka wood was a part of the Ashoka tree. The Siraka flower was just a single flower of the Ashoka tree, and it already possessed so many mysterious powers. How incredible was a huge chunk of Ashoka wood! Even conjoined body mighty figures would be tempted by such a large chunk of Siraka wood. Elder Huixing continued. For some reason, news of this large chunk of Ashoka wood that appeared in southern dual sect spread for some reason and triggered a catastrophe that destroyed their sect. Why? Did some sect, faction, or peerless expert snatch the Ashoka wood away? Su Zimo asked with a narrowed gaze. No. Elder Huixing shook his head. The one who attacked was not a faction of the cultivation world, but one of the primordial 9 races, the Blood Vine race. Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly with killing intent. Elder Huixing said, the true form of the Blood Vine race is the primordial blood vine. Although it's bloodthirsty, it's still a type of vegetation. For them, the Ashoka wood is an absolute tonic and is fatally attractive. Not long after this news spread, the Blood Vine army attacked Southern Dual Sect. Su Zimo replied indifferently. If I'm not wrong, the Pamkara Monastery didn't help, right? Elder Huixing laughed bitterly. How do we help? The Blood Vine race is menacing and we won't be able to defend against them alone as well. Humph! Su Zimo sneered. All those were mere excuses. It was merely because this matter had nothing to do with them and Dapamkara Monastery was unwilling to get involved. However, the fact that Dapamkara Monastery, one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries and a super sect of the cultivation world, had such an attitude was heartbreaking. Su Zimo asked again. What happened after that? What has this got to do with Ming Zhen? Upon hearing that, the monks of Dapamkara Monastery looked ashamed. A moment later, Elder Huixing said, we had no intention of stepping in, but Ming Zhen insisted on heading to Southern Dual Sect. He said that even if we don't fight the Blood Vine race head-on, we have to think of a way to save some people. Most of the cultivators from Southern Dual Sect are innocent. Buddha is compassionate and can purify the masses. We can't sit idly by and do nothing. At that point, Su Zimo was silent. Amitabha. The monks lowered their heads in shame and chanted Buddhist proclamations. Chapter 1421 Killing Badges. Chapter 1421 Killing Badges. Su Zimo was not surprised that Dapamkara Monastery would make such a choice. In truth, be it sects, factions, or cultivators themselves, they could only live ignobly in the incomparably cruel cultivation world. Although immortal sects were orthodox and viewed slaying demons and fiends as their responsibilities, they might not interfere if a fearsome demon or fiend truly appeared. On the contrary, it was not uncommon for immortal and fiend sects to join forces for certain benefits. It was the same for the Buddhist monasteries. Buddha was compassionate and purified all living beings. However, how many people who cultivated Buddhism could truly be compassionate and take pity on all living beings? Notwithstanding Dapamkara Monastery, wouldn't other super sects of the South region choose to stay out of it as well? Su Zimo was not surprised either that Ming Zhen would make such a decision. That was because he had lived at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley with Ming Zhen for a full 20 years and knew the latter way too well. Ming Zhen had a pure heart and focused wholeheartedly on Buddhism. Even in this treacherous environment, nothing changed. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva once made a vow that he would not become a Buddha until hell was empty. It was because Ming Zhen inherited that vow that he was able to obtain the recognition and inheritance of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the Tao inheritance ground. Southern Dual Sect was attacked by the Blood Vine race, and the dangers there were no different from hell. Su Zimo looked at Elder Huixing, Abbot Huixin and the other monks and said slowly, Indeed, Ming Zhen is inferior to you guys in terms of cultivation realm. However, none of you can ever compare to his magnanimity. The monks sighed and lowered their heads without arguing. Letting out a long breath, Suzimo asked again. What happened after? Ming Zhen insisted on heading there, so I could only remind him not to take the risk and to leave as soon as possible if anything went wrong. However, Abbot Huishan hesitated for a moment, and his eyes dimmed as he sighed. However, Ming Zhen never came out after entering Southern Dual Sect. Suzimo's expression turned cold as he questioned loudly. Ming Zhen was the titular disciple, and yet, Dapamkara Monastery chose not to interfere even when something happened to him in the south region. I sigh. Abbot Huishan wanted to say something, but eventually, he let out a long sigh. How should we interfere? Ming Zhen refused to heed our advice. A monk at the side muttered softly. What did you say? Suzimo glared at that person coldly and hollered. The monk was so scared that he swallowed the words he was about to say and remained silent, not even daring to meet Suzimo's gaze. Elder Huixing sighed gently. Patron Desolate Marshal, I know that you might not be able to accept some of the things we say. However, we truly have no other choice. We heard that the young master of the Blood Vine race led an army this time round and killed his way into Southern Dual Sect. There were thousands of them. As for the young master of the Blood Vine race, Teng Lingzi, he's the strongest monster incarnate of the current generation. Although he's only at the conjoined body realm, I'm not his match either. Fufu. Suzimo could not help but sneer. As a super sect, Dapamkara Monastery has Mahayana patriarchs, right? If half-martial ancestors can't do it, summon patriarchs out of seclusion. Didn't you guys want to summon a patriarch to kill me earlier on? Why? You have the guts to kill me, but you don't have the guts to kill someone from another race? No. Elder Huixing shook his head. If we summon a patriarch, we can naturally suppress the Blood Vine race in Southern Dual Sect. However, that will definitely alarm the patriarch of the Blood Vine race, and that will be a disaster for Dapamkara Monastery. Summon an emperor at that time then. Suzimo said in a deep voice. Dapamkara Monastery has a long history. Don't you have any emperors? After a long silence, Elder Huixing sent a voice transmission slowly. Patron Desolate Marshal, how difficult is it to become an emperor? In the history of Dapamkara Monastery, there have indeed been emperors. However, there were no patriarchs to become emperors in this generation. This is a secret of Dapamkara Monastery. Patron Desolate Marshal, please don't spread it. Suzimo was silent. The fact that Elder Huixing could reveal such a secret to him meant that he had indeed given it careful thought before making such a choice. Elder Huixing sent another voice transmission. We're not alone. We carry the fate of the entire Dapamkara Monastery on our shoulders. If we save Ming Zhen and provoke the Patriarch, or even the Emperor of the Blood Vine race, the legacy of Dapamkara Monastery will be lost, and we'll be eternal sinners of Dapamkara Monastery. Although Suzimo did not agree with Dapamkara Monastery's decision, he could not find the heart to blame them further either. Against Ming Zhen and the sect's legacy and thousands of monks, Dapamkara Monastery chose the latter to protect the sect's legacy and their monks. It was hard to tell if the choice was a right or wrong one. At the very least, Suzimo did not agree with it. If they were to retreat in the face of the foreign races today, the latter would definitely push their luck. A constant retreat was not a solution. However, even if Dapamkara Monastery wanted to join forces with the other super sects for this matter, they might not receive any response. Which sect or faction would want to provoke the primordial 9 races for no reason and attract trouble for themselves? After pondering for a moment, Suzimo asked again. Since that's the case, why did you guys have to be secretive? All you had to do was explain the matter. Even if you guys feel guilty, it shouldn't be to the extent where you guys should stop me from climbing the mountain and even fight me, right? Dapamkara Monastery chose to sacrifice Ming Zhen to protect the sect. It was only natural for the monks of Dapamkara Monastery to feel guilty and dread facing Suzimo. Even so, Dapamkara Monastery's reaction was a little extreme. This? Abbot Huixing hesitated for a moment and said embarrassedly. Patron Desolate Marshal, you might not know about it yet. After news of you being alive spread, the god, which Heavenly Eye, Golden Crow, Blood Vine, and Rakshasa races laid down killing badges for you one after another. Killing badges? Suzimo narrowed his eyes. He had read some records about that badge in some ancient books as well. In the primordial era, the killing badge was the most threatening death badge of the primordial 9 races. Once the killing badge was released, the primordial races would spare no effort to kill the other party. Anyone who received that badge would be equivalent to a dead man. In the ancient era, only the emperors of the human race ever received killing badges from the primordial races. Of course, some emperors were indeed killed by the primordial races. However, for existences like the eternal human emperor, the primordial races could not do anything to him even with their killing badges. The killing badge of the primordial races had not appeared ever since the ancient war. Nobody expected that badge to descend in this generation. Furthermore, all 6 races had released killing badges. The badges openly stated that anyone who tried to take in Desolate Marshal would be massacred in blood by the primordial races. Abbot Huishan said, "Patron Desolate Marshal, please forgive us. I'm afraid no sect or faction in Tianhuang mainland would dare to have anything to do with you, let alone our Dapamkara Monastery." Suzimo understood. If Dapamkara Monastery did not stop him from climbing the mountain, countless experts of the primordial races would descend upon Dapamkara Monastery if news of this spread. However, Dapamkara Monastery would not incur the hostility of the primordial races if they fought against Suzimo. Therefore, once Suzimo forced his way up the mountain, Dapamkara Monastery would attack no matter what to avoid the killing intent of the primordial races. Chapter 1422 Dead or Alive. Chapter 1422 Dead or Alive. The primordial 6 races sure think highly of me. Suzimo laughed without any fear in his eyes. Patron Desolate Marshal, let me say one more thing. You must not underestimate your opponent. The killing badge is irreconcilable once released. Elder Huixing said earnestly. The primordial races will send top-tier experts to look for you, and their combat strength is not something the primordial race beings of Heaven and Earth Valley can compare with. If these experts fail to succeed, the primordial races will send even stronger people to kill you. Even Ethereal Peak and 100 Refinement Sect won't be able to defend against it, let alone you. In the ancient era, there were even many emperors of the human race who could not withstand the killing badges and died in the hands of the primordial races. I got it. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist. Suzimo nodded and turned to leave. He had already asked about Ming Zhen, and there was no need for him to get entangled with the monks of Dapamkara Monastery. Furthermore, now that he was hunted by the primordial 6 races, Dapamkara Monastery would want nothing more than to avoid him. Why should he linger here and attract attention? The monks of Dapamkara Monastery heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Suzimo leave. Only Elder Huixing frowned slightly with a worried expression and could not help but ask. Patron Desolate Marshal, where are you going? Southern Dual Sect, Suzimo said indifferently. Ah! The monks exclaimed in shock. Desolate Marshal was truly audacious. Instead of hiding from the killing badges of the primordial races, he was going to offer himself to them? Elder Huixing hesitated for a moment and persuaded. Patron Desolate Marshal, pardon me for being blunt. Right now, the 50 kilometers around 6 Stars Mountain of Southern Dual Sect is occupied by the Blood Vine race. There are probably more than 10,000 beings from the Blood Vine race on 6 Stars Mountain. With the young master of the Blood Vine race personally guarding, even super sects and factions won't be able to match them, let alone you. What Elder Huixing said was indeed the truth. Given the current strength of the Blood Vine race in Southern Dual Sect, unless a human patriarch appeared or super sects of the South region joined forces, Suzimo would truly be weak alone. That's right, Ming Zhen is already dead. There's no hurry to take revenge, Patron Desolate Marshal. Abbot Huixin persuaded as well. How do you know that Ming Zhen is already dead? Suzimo paused in his tracks and asked. It's been 10 years. Ming Zhen must have died a long time ago after falling into the hands of the Blood Vine race. How can he still be alive? Abbot Huishan laughed bitterly. Ming Zhen is my friend and also my senior brother. Since he's in Southern Dual Sect, I want to see him alive or dead. Su Zimo's face was filled with killing intent as he said murderously. If Ming Zhen dies, the Blood Vine race beings at Southern Dual Sect will have to die with him. With that, he left the Monastery without turning back. Patron Desolate Marshal! Elder Huixing looked at Su Zimo's back view and reminded once more. There's a high chance that a Blood Vine half-martial ancestor is guarding 6 Stars Mountain. You have to be careful. Su Zimo's movement technique was extremely fast, and he disappeared from the monk's line of sight in the blink of an eye. Elder, what's the use of reminding him? A conjoined body monk said. Desolate Marshal is obstinate and egoistic. His personality is persistent and can't differentiate between good and evil. Since he insists on courting death, we've already done our best to explain both sides of the situation to him. Why should we have to persuade him insistently? That's right. Even if you persuade him out of goodwill, he might not reciprocate. Another monk added. Elder Huixing frowned and turned around. He looked at the 2 monks who spoke earlier on and said in a deep voice. Don't forget, he's Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal who established the martial Dao and brought blessings to the masses. That merit can be passed down through history and affect the world. Even ancient emperors can't compare to it. We should already feel guilty for not helping him. How can you guys have the cheek to say something like that? Elder Huixing was in charge of discipline and had always been stern. Although he was suppressed by Desolate Marshal earlier on, he was still a fearsome presence in the Monastery. The 2 monks lowered their heads and did not dare to say anything. The 2 of you, reflect on your mistakes against an empty wall and copy the Heart Sutra 10,000 times. Elder Huixing said in a deep voice. Not even a single time less. Yes. The 2 monks did not dare to argue and acknowledge their mistakes before scurrying away. Sigh. Elder Huixing looked in the direction Su Zimo left and sighed. I hope that the heavens will bless him. After leaving the Monastery, Su Zimo took out a map and determined his direction before heading towards Southern Dual Sect. In truth, this green lotus true body of his was the one that was truly in danger against the killing badge of the primordial 6 races. He had 3 true bodies. Right now, the Dragon Phoenix true body was in the Ancestral Dragon Ground. Unless the primordial 6 races joined forces and attacked the Dragon Bone Valley, the Dragon Phoenix true body would not be in any danger. As for the martial Dao true body, it was outside the 3 realms and was not in the 5 elements. Not many people knew of its existence. Furthermore, his martial Dao true body was hidden in Pingyang town and cultivated in seclusion. It was difficult for the primordial 6 races to look for him. However, it was different for the Green Lotus true body. If the Green Lotus true body were to travel through Tianhuang mainland, he would definitely leave behind various traces and it would be easy to be exposed. At that time, experts of the primordial races would definitely hunt him down. If his opponents were at the conjoined body realm, it would be fine. However, things would be troublesome if they were half-martial ancestors of the primordial races. The Green Lotus true body had just entered the conjoined body realm and could suppress human half-martial ancestors. However, the outcome of a fight against a primordial race half-martial ancestor was unpredictable. Teng Lingzi of the Blood Vine race was already troublesome to deal with. If there were truly Blood Vine half-martial ancestors on 6 Stars Mountain of Southern Dual Sect, there would indeed be quite a bit of danger for this trip. Of course, no matter what, Su Zimo had to check things out at Southern Dual Sect. In his opinion, the reason why the Blood Vine race destroyed Southern Dual Sect and occupied 6 Stars Mountain was not merely because of the birth of the Ashoka wood. The Ashoka wood might just be an opportunity. In this generation, the primordial races were restless and had signs of activity. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, the appearance of the Rakshasa and God race was the beginning. Later on, the calamity of the Witch Gu of the North region. The battle at Heaven and Earth Valley of the Middle Continent. In fact, even that battle at Palai Island. At that time, Su Zimo merely instinctively thought that Panglai Island and the Golden Crow race had joined forces to set a trap to kill him. However, upon further thought, there was a possibility. Panglai Island was already controlled by the Golden Crow race. According to Elder Wei Xing, not every super sect had an emperor backing them. Without emperors, even Mahayana patriarchs won't be able to defend against the primordial races. The outcome of Fahua and Daming monasteries of the North region 10,000 years ago was clear. Even with the Dharma Emperor around, they were destroyed by an Ancestor realm dragon. The gap between them was obvious. If Su Zimo's deduction was not wrong, there was a high chance that the actions of the primordial races would only increase in the future. The primordial races would definitely not be willing to live an ignoble existence. When the patriarchs or even emperors of the primordial races walked out, the situation of Tianhuang mainland would change completely. Chapter 1423 Teng Lingzi. Chapter 1423 Teng Lingzi. 6 Stars Mountain. It was a rather famous place in the south region that was known to be picturesque. There were 6 main peaks: Heavenly Residence Peak, Heavenly Bridge Peak, Heavenly Secrets Peak, Heavenly Assimilation Peak, Heavenly Blessings Peak, and 7 Kills Peak. The 6 main peaks corresponded to the 6 southern dual stars in the firmaments, and interacted with heaven and earth with a rich spirit chi. Many years ago, when the founder master of Southern Dual Sect traveled here and discovered this paradise, he established his sect here. The sect grew rapidly and produced many renowned cultivators. But now, the region of 6 Stars Mountain was blood-red and filled with vines with human faces. Densely packed, it was sinister and resembled a scene from hell. The blood-colored vines extended rapidly over the past 10 years and had already occupied an area within 50 kilometers of 6 Stars Mountain. There were no other living beings in the radius of 50 kilometers apart from the blood-colored vines. The vegetation withered. The barren land was filled with skeletons. It was one of the primordial 9 races, the Blood Vine race. This was the only flora race among the primordial 9 races. It was because the Blood Vine race was the most domineering among the flora race. As long as a blood vine grew within a region, the nutrients of other flora would be sucked dry until they died. Furthermore, the Blood Vine race was extremely violent and bloodthirsty. If any living being were to step foot into the territory of the Blood Vine race, they would be devoured flesh and blood, leaving nothing but a skeleton. Even in the primordial era, a Blood Vine race was not allowed to appear in the habitat of other primordial races. 7 Kills Peak. In a palace filled with blood vines, a young man in scarlet blood robes sat on a high seat. He held a blood-colored gourd in his left hand, and beneath him was a throne made up of bones. Around the throne was a large circle of human skulls that were stained with blood. This was the young master of the Blood Vine race, Teng Lingzi. At that moment, more than 10 cultivators with frightened expressions floated in front of Teng Lingzi. All of them were pale and trembling in fear. Although those cultivators were dirty, their robes revealed that they were cultivators of Southern Dual Sect. Fufufa. Teng Lingzi looked at the cultivators before him and smiled sinisterly, saying in a gentle voice, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Be obedient." As he spoke, more than 10 blood-colored vines the size of arms extended from Teng Lingzi's wide blood robes and coiled towards the cultivators. Ooh! The eyes of those cultivators were filled with fear as they struggled with all their might. However, they could not move or speak and could only let out muffled sounds. The more than 10 cultivators could only watch helplessly as the thick, grisly blood vines approached them. This process was an immense torture for the cultivators. Unable to withstand it, a female cultivator broke down and fainted on the spot. The other cultivators shuddered as well and looked at Teng Lingzi pleadingly. Teng Lingzi had a smug expression as he enjoyed the fear of the food before him. In his eyes, these cultivators were nothing more than food. They were his food. In the primordial era, humans were the weakest race and could only be enslaved as food. The more fearful the food was, the more excited the blood-robed youth was. Although the Blood Vine race was one of the primordial 9 races and had a powerful bloodline, they could only live ignobly all these years. Teng Lingzi had had enough. Thankfully, the fortune of the human race was depleted and the era of the primordial races had arrived. Are you scared? Are you afraid? Teng Lingzi smiled gently. However, I'm still going to eat you guys up. As he spoke, the circular human faces on the top of the blood-colored vines suddenly split open, revealing sharp fangs and a torrential blood stench. Poof! A blood vine suddenly popped out and chomped down on the head of a cultivator. The vine twitched and swallowed it bit by bit. The remaining cultivators were scared out of their wits when they saw that. A cultivator's life force drained rapidly and his gaze dimmed. That person was frightened to death. Sigh. Teng Lingzi sighed. I've got to eat you up as soon as possible. Once you're dead, your flesh won't be fresh anymore. Poof! A blood vine opened its mouth and swallowed the cultivator. A moment later, the first blood vine that swallowed opened its mouth once more and spat out a pile of bones that were stained with fresh blood. The remaining cultivators were in despair. They knew that they would not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. Before long, more than 10 cultivators were devoured by the blood-robed youth. Teng Lingzi let out a long breath and licked his grisly red tongue with a delighted expression. The blood-colored gourd in his left palm turned even more vibrant and sinister. Reporting in, young master. Right then, a blood vine clansman beside the palace said in a deep voice. There's not much food left in the captivity of 6 Stars Mountain. It can probably only last you for another year. Seems like I've got to go out and capture some food back. Teng Lingzi twisted his neck. These hundreds of thousands of food from Southern Dual Sect are truly worthless. In just 10 years, they're gone. As he said that, he smacked his lips as though he was reminiscing. Actually, there's a monastery in the south region that has sufficient food. Furthermore, they're all of good quality. Teng Lingzi narrowed his eyes and said faintly, You're referring to Dapamkara Monastery, young master? The Blood Vine clansman below asked. Yes. Teng Lingzi nodded. Dapamkara Monastery is one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries of the human cultivation world. We might not be able to take them down with our strength. The Blood Vine clansman analyzed. Teng Lingzi laughed. If we want to attack Dapamkara Monastery, we'll naturally have to invite my father. If the clan leader were to attack, there would be no doubt about it. The Blood Vine clansman nodded. Teng Lingzi smiled. Actually, Dapamkara Monastery is only strong on the surface as well. Their titular disciple has been in my hands for 10 years and yet, no one dares to come. I'm guessing that there's no emperor in Dapamkara Monastery in this generation. You sure are wise, young master. The Blood Vine clansman hurriedly flattered before asking. When are you prepared to attack Dapamkara Monastery with the clan leader, young master? There's no rush, Teng Lingzi said indifferently. Once I absorb all the power of the Ashoka wood, I might be able to become a half-martial ancestor or even advance to the Ancestor realm. At that time, I can flatten Dapamkara Monastery without my father even stepping in. The 3 aristocratic families will be next after we flatten Dapamkara Monastery. At that time, the entire south region will be in the control of the Blood Vine race. The Blood Vine clansman was also excited and continued. Yes. Teng Lingzi nodded. That's for the future, and we'll put it aside for the time being. Right, is there any news of Desolate Marshal? I heard that this current one is the creation Green Lotus body. If we can capture him, he will be the greatest tonic for me. Not yet, the Blood Vine clansman replied. If there's any news, I'll definitely report it right away. Yes, Teng Lingzi reminded. The other primordial races have also set their killing badges for him. Keep a close eye on him. If Desolate Marshal appears, we must not let the God and Heavenly Eye races get their hands on him first. I'll definitely be the first to eat Desolate Marshal's flesh. Chapter 1424 Massacring through 6 Stars Mountain. Chapter 1424 Massacring through 6 Stars Mountain. After leaving the Pamkara Monastery, Suzimo arrived near Six Stars Mountain in less than 10 days. From afar, Six Stars Mountain was blood-colored. The menacing vines crawled all over the mountains and earth densely. Blood-colored gourds grew on the vines and swayed with the wind, shimmering with a demonic blood glint. Suzimo's expression was cold. He did not hide his tracks and flew into the air, speeding towards Six Stars Mountain. Now that he had entered the conjoined body realm and his green lotus true body had undergone a complete transformation, other than patriarchs, there were not many people in Tianhuang mainland who could suppress him. There was no need for him to change his appearance and hide his identity. He was Desolate Marshal. The reason why he was barging into Six Stars Mountain today was because he wanted to settle the score with the Bloodvine race. The moment Suzimo arrived at the outer perimeter of Six Stars Mountain, the Bloodvines sensed the blood chi in his body and started climbing towards him. There's actually a cultivator who doesn't know what's good for him and dares to take the initiative to come here. Hee. What a strong bloodline! I can take on human form after devouring him. Some of the Bloodvines were excited. The Bloodvines at the outer perimeter of Six Stars Mountain had low cultivation realms, and could not even take on human form. As such, they could not see through Suzimo's real strength. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of blood-colored vines coiled towards Suzimo like madmen, wanting to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Suzimo did not even look at the blood vines as he conjured hand seals with both hands and channeled his essence spirit. Swoosh! Suddenly, 3 balls of flames of different colors appeared beside Suzimo. Scarlet, Immortal Tao Fire. Golden, Buddhist Tao Fire. Black, Fiend Tao Fire. This was a dermic art from the Scarlet Flame Heart Sutra, the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern. 3 Tao fires surrounded Suzimo and spun slowly, forming a flame barrier. The moment the blood vines charged forward and revealed their bloodied mouths, they collided against the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern. Right now, Suzimo was at the conjoined body realm. The might of the Scarlet Flame Revolving Lantern was something that even some conjoined body blood vines might not dare to take on, let alone these low-level blood vines. The blood vine race was flora after all. Although they reigned among the other flora, it did not mean that they did not have weaknesses. Flora feared fire the most. As for Suzimo, he cultivated the Scarlet Flame Mental Sutra. His mastery of flames was extremely strong, and the 3 Tao fires he conjured were even more terrifying. The blood vines turned into ashes instantly when they struck. Squeak, squeak! When the vines turned into ashes, their true bodies let out sharp cries. The other vines on their bodies wanted to turtle back and avoid the 3 flames. However, the 3 Tao fires were extremely ferocious, and were not something that these low-level blood vines could defend against. Any single spark that landed on their bodies would ignite, and the flames would extend throughout the entire blood vines. In the blink of an eye, a complete blood vine was burned into ashes. Suzimo's expression was cold as he walked into Six Stars Mountain without stopping at all. Surrounded by 3 Tao fires, he charged right in. Everywhere he passed, flames surged into the skies and countless blood vines perished in the sea of flames. Of course, the cultivation realms of those blood vines were not high, and they could not even take on human form. They could only watch helplessly as the flames descended and burned them to ashes. Who is there? How dare you barge into the territory of the Bloodvine race? An expert of the Bloodvine race in human form appeared and stood in midair. He looked at the flames not far away and questioned loudly with a furious expression. Although the Bloodvine race being could take on human form, his cultivation realm was only at the Dharma characteristic realm. Territory of the Bloodvine race? Suzimo sneered and flicked his finger casually without even looking at him. Chi! A sword chi burst forth. The white light tore through the void and entered the glabella of the Bloodvine Tao Lord instantly. That person's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword chi was way too fast that he did not even have time to dodge. A single slash. It pierced his consciousness and shattered his essence spirit. The corpse of the Bloodvine Tao Lord fell from midair. Swash! 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 When they saw that, the blood vines that wanted to advance were shocked and fled towards the 6 main peaks. This is bad, there's an enemy intruder! Many blood vines shouted as they fled. Su Zimo advanced at an extremely fast speed and arrived at the 6 main peaks before long. Suddenly, his expression changed and he turned over, sensing something. At the foot of the mountain not far away, there was a large empty space surrounded by blood vines that formed a fence. Many cultivators were gathered inside and there were more than 10,000 of them. Or rather, those cultivators could no longer be considered as humans. He did not know what those cultivators experienced, but they were tortured to a state where they resembled neither human nor ghost. Every cultivator was in tattered clothes that could vaguely be recognized as robes of Southern Dual Sect. The faces of those cultivators were withered and yellow with dispirited expressions. Each of them had an iron hoop around their necks that was connected to a gigantic chain, and the other was locked onto the fence of blood vines. All of them had hollow gazes and numb expressions. Even when they saw Su Zimo in midair through the gap in the fence, their expressions did not change and their eyes were dead. Su Zimo's eyes widened in disbelief as a possibility crossed his mind and his body trembled slightly. Could the Bloodvine race have reared human cultivators like beasts? Su Zimo was enraged and his face was filled with killing intent. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire. In some of the ancient books or from others, he had heard about the tragic fate of humans in the primordial era. Humans were puny and were enslaved by the 10,000 races. In fact, they were treated as food and offerings by other races. When he heard that, Su Zimo felt emotional as well. But now that he witnessed it personally, he truly experienced the despair that humans of the primordial era endured. It was a tragic feeling of utter helplessness and despondence. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and in a flash, he arrived outside the fence. A spark popped out from his fingertip and burned the entire place into ashes. When the Southern Dual Sect cultivators saw Su Zimo, all of them had fearful expressions and curled into a ball like frightened birds. A heaven-slaying sword she shot out from Su Zimo's fingertip and shuttled through the crowd with an endless sharpness. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed everywhere as sparks flew. In just a dozen breaths, the chains that bound the cultivators were severed by the heaven-slaying sword chi. However, even though the surrounding fence was gone and the chains on their bodies were broken, those cultivators did not know how to escape. They seemed to be numb to it. Su Zimo surveyed the crowd and scanned twice carefully with a slightly disappointed expression. Initially, he was looking forward to seeing Ming Zhen in the crowd. Unfortunately, he found nothing after searching. Fellow Taoist Su? Right then, a weak voice sounded from the crowd. Chapter 1425 Pay with Blood. Chapter 1425 Pay with Blood. Su Zimo looked over. The voice was way too soft, almost like a mosquito. If not for his strong hearing, he might not have noticed it. His gaze landed on a female cultivator in the crowd. The female cultivator's hair was disheveled and she was curled into a ball, hiding in the crowd. However, there was a hint of vitality and vigor in her eyes compared to everyone else. You are... Su Zimo's gaze froze. As though he recalled something, he probed. Teng Shiyun? The female cultivator nodded repeatedly when she heard that name. She wiped away the mud on her face and revealed her facial features. Although she was still dirty, she could be recognized. It's really you! Su Zimo was surprised. To think that he would truly be able to meet an old friend in Southern Dual Sect. Teng Shiyun stood up and wanted to walk towards Su Zimo. However, she hesitated for a moment out of fear. Come over. I won't hurt you. Su Zimo nodded. When she heard that, Teng Shiyun mustered her courage and walked out of the crowd. The number one beauty of Southern Dual Sect in the past was no longer as elegant as before. Back when the two of them first met in the ancient battlefield, they were both at the Golden Core realm. But now, Su Zimo had already entered the conjoined body realm and became an omnipotent mighty figure. Yet, Teng Shuyun was only at the nascent soul realm. The difference between them was getting wider. In the ancient battlefield back then, there were hundreds of thousands of paragons. How many of them could truly catch up to Su Zimo? Did you see a monk from the Monastery 10 years ago? Su Zimo looked at Teng Shuyun and asked in a deep voice. Recalling for a moment, Teng Shuyun asked, "Was he a young monk that carried a green lantern?" "That's right." Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he asked, "Where is he? Is he still alive?" Back in the Dao inheritance ground, Ming Zhen appeared and fought alongside him. His destiny dermic weapon was a green lantern. 10 years ago, thanks to this monk, some southern dual sect cultivators managed to escape. Teng Shuyun sighed gently. However, that monk's cultivation realm was not high enough, and he still could not defeat the young master of the Bloodvine race and was suppressed by the latter. After so many years, he must have died. Su Zimo gripped his fists gently with a cold expression. "Fellow Taoist, no, Senior Su. Are you here to save us?" Teng Shuyun realized that the difference between them was too great, and it was no longer appropriate to address him as fellow Taoist. She changed her manner of speech hurriedly and asked uneasily. "Yes." Su Zimo nodded and took out some elixirs to store in a storage bag before handing it to Teng Shuyun. "Share these elixirs and leave this place as soon as possible." Teng Shuyun's hands trembled as she received the storage bag, tears rolling down her face instantly. However, the other cultivators were still numb as they watched the scene in a daze without any joy of seeing the world once more. These people. Gazing at the expressions of those cultivators, Su Zimo felt a sense of sadness. Teng Shuyun smiled bitterly. 10 years ago, the Bloodvine race attacked this place and our sect master died in battle. 3 mighty figures and a half-martial ancestor died. However, we could not defend against the Bloodvine army. In less than a day, the entire southern dual sect fell into the hands of the Bloodvine race. Apart from the monk who helped hundreds of people escape, the other hundreds of thousands of disciples were reared like beasts by the Bloodvine race just so they could eat fresh food. All these years, the Bloodvine race imprisoned us here and sealed our dermic powers. We can't even commit suicide. At that point, killing intent spewed from Su Zimo's eyes. Teng Shuyun lamented. For the past 10 years, the Bloodvine race has consumed more than 100 southern dual sect cultivators daily. No matter how we begged or struggled, nothing changed. We could only watch as our fellow sect mates decreased bit by bit. That's hundreds of thousands of our sect mates. Right now, we're the only ones left. Teng Shuyun could not hold on either and broke down mentally, bursting into tears. When those cultivators opened their eyes every day, they did not know if they could survive the day or if they would be eaten as food. Initially, we had a sliver of hope. Teng Shuyun's face was filled with tears as she gave a bitter smile. After all, hundreds of our sect mates escaped. We hoped that they would seek help from the other upper or super sections. Perhaps some experts of our human race might come and save us from our misery. However, we waited for a year, 2 years, 5 years, and no one came. Eventually we gave up. Su Zimo was silent. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned incomparably pale. Even if southern dual sect cultivators sought help, no sect or faction would rush over to save them from their misery. Who would provoke a great enemy like the Bloodvine race for some cultivators that were unrelated to them? Humans had led peaceful lives for way too long. They no longer had the drive and edge of the ancient era. None of them possessed the unyielding toughness to fight the primordial races courageously. Ancient wise sages of the human race, be it low-level cultivators or mighty figure and patriarchs, were righteous and took care of one another. If they were to see this scene today, they would probably shed tears of frustration and bleed from the depths of their hearts. Right now, most of the cultivators had even forgotten the sufferings of humans in the primordial era. They forgot that in the ancient war, patriarchs died, emperors were killed and countless human experts fought with all their might in exchange for the peace of the human race. Even a super sect like the Monastery, one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, was only concerned about their own well-being. who would stand out to save everyone from Southern Dual Sect? I'm a little late. Su Zimo looked at everyone from Southern Dual Sect and said slowly. But don't worry, with me here today, no one will be able to hurt you guys. Apart from a few who had a sliver of hope reignited in their eyes, the rest were still grim and numb. Fellow Taoists, he's Desolate Marshal, the Tao Lord Desolate Marshal who shook the world and established the martial Tao. Trapped here, Teng Shurian's understanding of Su Zimo was still stuck at some of the rumors she had heard in the past. She did not know that Su Zimo was already a conjoined body mighty figure either. In Myriad Phenomenon City, he was the one who suppressed the Rakshasa and God race and rescued the human paragons. Now that Tao Lord Desolate Marshal is here, we have a chance of escaping alive. Teng Shuyun looked at everyone from Southern Dual Sect and took out the elixirs from the storage bag, handing them to the cultivators as she spoke. Most people were indifferent. What's the use of a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord? Even a half-martial ancestor was killed. Everyone is dead. Ha! A cultivator burst into laughter in a deranged manner. Su Zimo had a sorrowful expression. Although these people were still alive, they were no different from dead people. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, please kill me and give me a swift ending. That will be the greatest relief for me. A cultivator kowtowed to Su Zimo and begged softly. Tao Lord Desolate Marshal, please grant us death. A large number of cultivators knelt down. When he saw that, Su Zimo's eyes reddened and he had nowhere to vent the rage and sadness in his heart. Eventually, he reared his head and howled. Blood Vine Race, I'm going to make you guys pay with blood. Chapter 1426 Incinerating the Mountain. Chapter 1426 Incinerating the Mountain. Plain persuasion and consolation could no longer free the cultivators of Southern Dual Sect from their fears. For the past 10 years, that fear had been rooted in his heart. These Southern Dual Sect cultivators could only be moved upon a true massacre with the fresh blood of the Blood Vine race. At that time, they would realize that although the Blood Vine race was part of the primordial 9 races, they were not invincible. Su Zimo's gaze intensified and dermic power surged as he conjured hand seals with both hands. The 3 Tao fires that were initially surrounding him gathered rapidly and formed a tricolored flame that emanated a shuddering aura. The Samadhi Tao fire. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect looked at the bouncing flame with fearful expressions and did not dare to say anything. Go! Su Zimo rose slowly into the air and threw the tricolored flame in his hands in the direction of 6 Stars Mountain. At the same time, an essence spirit flame burst forth from his glabella and entered the tricolored flame. A blaze surged. The Kacharati Tao fire. Now that Su Zimo had cultivated to the conjoined body realm, the might of the Kacharati Tao fire was something that even a half-martial ancestor could not withstand. However, at that moment, he had already triggered his killing intent and wanted to kill all the Blood Vine race beings on 6 Stars Mountain. He had no intention of holding back and gave it his all. Swoosh! Raging flames raged. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and dermic power surged as the Kacharati Tao fire spread and burned continuously. Some of the Blood Vine race beings that could not take on human form could only watch helplessly as the Kacharati Tao fire burned. They shrieked and struggled as they turned into ashes. Some of the Blood Vine race beings wanted to escape in their human forms. However, the Kacharati Tao fire was extremely powerful and they could not defend even if a single spark landed on them. Su Zimo pushed his essence spirit to its limits. The speed of the Kacharati Tao fire was extremely fast as well. Some of the Blood Vine race beings that reacted slower were caught up by the Kacharati Tao fire and burned into ashes. In the blink of an eye, 6 Stars Mountain was engulfed in a sea of flames. Everyone from Southern Dual Sect watched with widened eyes and agape mouths. They could no longer speak. This scene was way too shocking for them. More than half of the violent and bloodthirsty Blood Vine race that they initially thought to be invincible was burned by that fire. Most of the Blood Vine race beings that were burned by the Kacharati Tao fire were low level. Even so, a sliver of hope was reignited in the eyes of everyone from Southern Dual Sect. The Kacharati Dao fire extended continuously, and enveloped the entire Six Stars mountain region. However, when the flames reached the feet of the six main peaks, they could not advance further. It was as though they were obstructed by some powerful force. There were still thousands of blood vine race beings that fled to the six main peaks to hide. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. He knew that the true battle had only just begun. The six main peaks were definitely guarded by top-tier experts of this primordial race. Bang! 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 Powerful figures soared into the skies with rampant mights. A conjoined body mighty figure of the blood vine race had appeared. Su Zimo swept his gaze, and in the blink of an eye, more than 20 conjoined body mighty figures appeared in midair with torrential blood chi, and a tremendous might descended. Against the pressure of the spirit consciousnesses of the 20 conjoined body mighty figures, the Kacharati Dao fire was greatly suppressed, and its flame flickered as though it could extinguish at any moment. Naturally, the power of a dermic arts condensation could be pushed to its limits. For Su Zimo's Kacharati Dao fire, its power was significantly reduced after it was spread to such a large area. Even a conjoined body mighty figure of the blood vine race could suppress it. In midair, the number of conjoined body mighty figures of the blood vine race was still increasing. Before long, there were 50 of them. 50 conjoined body mighty figures were gathered on Six Stars Mountain alone. One could imagine how terrifying the foundation of one of the primordial 9 races, the blood vine race, was. If it was just the mighty figures of the blood vine race, they were nothing in Su Zimo's eyes. However, he could vaguely sense that there was an even stronger existence hidden in Six Stars Mountain that was watching him from a certain corner. A blood vine half-martial ancestor. Furthermore, there was a high chance that there was more than one. If a huge battle breaks out later, leave this place as soon as possible with your fellow sect mates. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission to Teng Shuyun. There were more experts of the blood vine race on Six Stars Mountain than he had imagined. Once the battle broke out, and he could not fend for himself, it would be difficult for him to protect Teng Shuyun and the others. Who are you? How dare you barge into the territory of the blood vine race and kill our beings? A mighty figure of the blood vine race hollered. Su Zimo sneered. Didn't the blood vine race release a killing badge on me? You can't even recognize me? The expression of the blood vine race beings in midair changed. You are Desolate Marshal! Some of the blood vine race beings shouted softly. F-f-f. Right then, laughter sounded from 7 Kills Peak. A figure rose slowly, dressed in blood-colored robes. Licking his lips with a grisly red tongue, he said leisurely, "What a fruitless search we had. Desolate Marshal, you saved me a lot of trouble by knocking on my door personally. Young master!" The conjoined body mighty figures of the blood vine race bowed when they saw that person. "You're Teng Lingzi, right?" Su Zimo's expression was cold as he glared at the blood-robed youth with undisguised killing intent. "That's me." Teng Lingzi smiled sinisterly. "Why? Even the renowned strongest monster incarnate in history, the mighty figure Desolate Marshal, has heard of my name? Were you the one who killed Ming Zhen?" Su Zimo asked coldly. "Who is Ming Zhen?" Teng Lingzi shook his head. "I've never bothered to memorize names for the ants of the human race. It's a waste of my energy. Who would remember the name of the food they ate?" He smiled at Su Zimo with a hint of blood in his teeth, resembling a malevolent ghost from hell. "Eh? Ming Zhen?" As though he recalled something, Teng Lingzi raised his brow and asked, "Are you referring to a little monk?" Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. When Teng Lingzi saw Su Zimo's strange expression, he nodded. "Seems like that's him. The blood chi of that little monk is extremely strong and pure, so I kept him in my blood gourd to refine." As he said that, he took out a blood-colored gourd and held it in his palm. "This blood gourd is my destiny dermic weapon. Even if a half-martial ancestor of the human race is sucked in, he won't be able to live for more than a year. However, that little monk sure is incredible. TSK, TSK. To think that a mere Dharma characteristic would be able to last till now in my blood gourd. Su Zimo's eyes lit up with joy. Ming Zhen isn't dead? You don't have to be happy either, Teng Lingzi said with a smile. That little monk won't be able to hold on for much longer. I'm guessing that in another year or so, he'll turn into a puddle of blood and become essence energy for my blood gourd. There's no need for a year or so. Su Zimo's gaze was electric and murderous as he said slowly. Today, I'll send you to hell. Ha ha! As though he had heard something extremely amusing, Teng Lingzi said sinisterly. Desolate Marshal, don't worry. I'll keep you in the blood gourd as well and let you accompany him to the netherworld as blood. Chapter 1427 Massive Battle. Chapter 1427 Massive Battle. Young Master, there's no need for you to do it personally. I'll help you capture Desolate Marshal. A conjoined body mighty figure of the blood vine race stood out. Teng Lingzi waved it off and smiled. No, I'm going to put this man into my blood gourd personally. Desolate Marshal, in this world, there aren't many people in the same cultivation realm as me who are worthy of me attacking. Teng Lingzi held the blood gourd and walked towards Su Zimo with a sinister smile. It's your honor to die in my hands. Cut the crap and die. Su Zimo sneered and charged towards Teng Lingzi in huge strides. Why? You want to fight me in melee combat? Teng Lingzi smiled gently. As the young master of the blood vine race, this monster incarnate of a generation saw through Su Zimo's plans instantly. Among the primordial 9 races, although the blood vine race was bloodthirsty, their blood chi and physique were not strong and were far inferior to the god and dragon races. They were merely stronger than the witch race. If he could force the blood vine race into melee combat, Su Zimo was extremely confident that he could suppress Teng Lingzi with his green lotus true body. Fu, it won't be that easy. Teng Lingzi chuckled and stomped gently on the void. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the void, blood-colored vines that were as thick as arms suddenly grew and coiled towards Su Zimo. Before the blood vines arrived, the round human faces at the top opened their mouths and revealed sharp fangs that shone with a cold glint. At the very least, hundreds of blood vines coiled over with a nauseating stench, threatening to devour Su Zimo. Humph! Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he flicked his finger without stopping. TSK! 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 Instantly, more than 10 heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth and circled around him with extreme sharpness. They intertwined and created a vast expanse of white. Poof! 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 The moment the blood vines approached, they were severed by the heaven-slaying sword chi and blood gushed out, dyeing half the skies red. More than 10 heaven-slaying sword chi circled and blocked the hundreds of blood vines outside. Heaven-slaying sword art? Teng Lingzi frowned with a hint of fear in his eyes. In the records of the blood vine race, even in the upper world, the 3 great sword arts were extremely famous. If the 3 great sword arts were to fuse, the power would be even more unimaginable. Even perfected immortals of the upper world would have to avoid it. Blood storm! Teng Lingzi channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals, pointing at Su Zimo from afar. Ooh! Ooh! Instantly, blood-colored shadow figures appeared in midair and surged towards Su Zimo like malevolent ghosts, forming a foul and evil gust. Bloodstorm was a legacy secret skill of the blood vine race. Anywhere the gust passed, a cultivator's flesh could be stripped off completely. In the ancient war, a patriarch of the blood vine race once released that secret skill. Everywhere the gust passed, only piles of white bones were left on the ground. It was extremely violent. When the gust blew over, Su Zimo was fearless and channeled his bloodline. The creation green lotus was an utmost treasure of the universe and was flawless. Right now, Su Zimo was a humanoid creation green lotus and was at grade 7. When the gust blew over, it was suppressed by the green lotus bloodline instantly. Countless blood shadows dispersed and turned into a rain of blood that poured down. The blood rain was extremely evil and possessed an incomparably terrifying corrosive power. However, the green lotus was pure and untainted. It was the most effective against such a filthy and evil object. Su Zimo walked through the blood storm without being affected or injured at all. How dare you embarrass yourself with such methods? The young master of the blood vine race is nothing much, Su Zimo sneered. I'll show you the dermic arts of humans. Ma! Ham! He chanted in Sanskrit. The damning mantra reverberated through the world. This time round, he did not release any demon-subduing seal or fiend suppression seal. Instead, he released the two most powerful dermic seals of the damning dermic seal. The Great Vajra-Will seal and Great Mount Meru seal. The dermic seals descended. A gigantic Vajra-Will crushed towards Teng Lingzi with shocking might. Teng Lingzi channeled his bloodline and his figure vanished. On the spot, 100 blood vines grew and waved their arms, coiling towards the Vajra-Wheel in midair. Against the damning dermic seal, Teng Lingzi was forced to reveal his true form. Those thick blood vines were Teng Lingzi's flesh and blood body. Compared to the dermic arts he had first conjured, they were completely different and possessed terrifying strength. The 100 blood vines moved at the same time and coiled around the Vajra-Wheel tightly in the blink of an eye. The Vajra-Wheel could no longer advance. The bedazzling Vajra-Wheel gradually dimmed and eventually sank into the vines. Before long, it was corroded and riddled with holes. Bang! Boom! Boom! Right then, a huge shadow engulfed them. A gigantic godly mountain descended. It was the sacred mountain of the Buddhist monasteries, Mount Meru. The dermic seal condensed into a Mount Meru and suppressed Teng Lingzi with endless might. Swish! 100 vines tore through the air and coiled towards Mount Meru. Poof! 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 However, the moment the vines touched Mount Meru, they were repelled by the divine power on the sacred mountain and exploded on the spot. Ah! Teng Lingzi roared. Not only did such an injury fail to repel him, it even enraged him. More vines surged towards Mount Meru. From the vines that were initially ruptured, nauseating blood splattered on Mount Meru, dimming the light of the sacred mountain and decreasing its strength. The blood vine race was the most bloodthirsty. Their bloodlines contained the mixed blood of countless living beings. It was the most polluted and filthy. Even dermic weapons would be destroyed completely if they made contact by accident. For a conjoined body mighty figure, the explosion of the vines was nothing much. They could regrow instantly. However, even the great Mount Meru seal could not withstand the filthy and evil blood gushing out. The fact that Teng Lingzi could dispel the two damning dermic seals was proof that he was capable. However, Su Zimo had already closed in while Teng Lingzi was fighting against the two damning dermic seals. Melee combat. Su Zimo wanted to maximize his advantage. When they saw that, the other mighty figures of the blood vine race did not attack nor did they look nervous. On the contrary, their eyes shone with mockery. On the battlefield, when Su Zimo descended, the Teng Lingzi transformed into his true form and took root in the ground. He could not move and could only fight head-on. 100 vines tore through the air and whipped towards Su Zimo. Shatter! Descending from the skies, Su Zimo assumed the stance of plow heaven stride, as though he was plowing a ravine in midair. That single stomp caused more than 10 blood vines to explode. Fresh blood splattered onto Su Zimo's body. Right then, something weird happened. Chapter 1428 Meeting Ming Zhen Eventually. Chapter 1428 Meeting Ming Zhen Eventually. Suddenly, a blood-colored gourd flew out from Teng Lingzi's body and spun to Su Zimo's head. With its head facing down, and its bottom facing up, the mouth of the gourd aimed at Su Zimo, and shone with a blood beam that was filled with a mysterious power. Su Zimo's expression changed. The power released by the blood gourd enveloped him, and he could not help but fly towards the blood gourd. Right in front of everyone, Su Zimo's figure shrank continuously and turned into a streak of light, absorbed by the blood gourd. The mighty figures of the blood vine race were not surprised by this. Ha ha! Teng Lingzi reverted to his human form and held the blood gourd in his palm as he roared in laughter. Desolate Marshal? Strongest monster incarnate in history? You still fell into my hands and were suppressed by me. You're brilliant, young master. You'll definitely be famous throughout Tianhuang mainland in this battle. That's right. After this battle, even the reputation of the God race's firmament emperor and goddess Xiaoxiang will be far inferior to you. Desolate Marshal was arrogant and ignorant. The bloodline and physique of our bloodvine race are indeed not strong. However, we naturally possess powerful killing moves to be able to become one of the primordial 9 races. He didn't know that. Many mighty figures of the bloodvine race praised and flattered Teng Lingzi loudly. Actually, that blood gourd was extremely important to every single bloodvine race being. When every bloodvine race being was born, blood gourds would grow on the many vines. However, when they entered the conjoined body realm, the blood gourds would fuse together. It could be said that the blood gourd condensed more than half of the cultivation essence and cultivation of the bloodvine race. Indeed, the bloodvine race was not strong in melee combat. However, anyone tainted by the fresh blood of the bloodvine race would establish a connection with the blood gourd. Once they got close, they would be absorbed by the blood gourd to be refined into blood water. Teng Lingzi said proudly. That desolate marshal was ignorant and truly thought that I had no means of suppressing him. To think that he would dare to get so close to me after being tainted by my blood. Even a half-martial ancestor won't be able to break free from the power of the blood gourd. The fortune of the human race is depleted. That so-called strongest monster incarnate in history is nothing much. It didn't even take much effort for you, young master. He's nowhere as good as he's made out to be. Just because we primordial races have been dormant for so long, these ants and food of the human race really think of themselves as the masters of Tianhuang mainland. Fufu. Young master, how should we deal with the food? A mighty figure of the bloodvine race pointed to everyone from southern dual sect not far away. The battle had broken out too quickly and Tang Shiyun was in the midst of persuading everyone. Right as everyone from southern dual sect was moved and had hope reignited, they saw Su Zimo sucked into the blood gourd. He was suppressed by Teng Lingzi. The expression of everyone from southern dual sect darkened and they laughed self-deprecatingly. To begin with, they should not have had any extravagant hope of being able to escape this place. Their fates were long decided. Tang Shiyun gave a bitter laugh and sighed sorrowfully. Of course we'll rear them again, Teng Lingzi said indifferently. Food should just understand that they are food. You're even dreaming of escaping? Are you still going to eat today, young master? A bloodvine race being asked. There's no need. Teng Lingzi's gaze landed on the blood gourd in his palm and he could not help but laugh. I don't even have to consume food for a period of time. Legend has it that Desolate Marshal has the green lotus body. If I can refine him, my dermic powers and combat strength will increase exponentially. I might be able to sense the opportunity to break through and comprehend the power of divine powers. Congratulations in advance, young master. Everyone from the bloodvine race congratulated him. Yes. Teng Lingzi nodded slightly and said in a deep voice. I'm going to be in seclusion for a year thereafter. Don't disturb me during this period of time. As for that food, I'll give it to you guys. Thank you, young master. Everyone from the bloodvine race was delighted. 1. The blood gourd was grisly red. Everywhere was filled with blood. Even though he was sucked in by Teng Lingzi's blood gourd, Su Zimo's expression was still calm without any hint of panic. He released his spirit consciousness and surveyed his surroundings. Although the blood gourd did not look huge, it had a dimension of its own within. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the inner wall of the blood gourd. There were thin blood scars that were dense and intertwined. Like veins of a human, there was even blood flowing within. According to Teng Lingzi, Ming Zhen should still be in the blood gourd. Why can't I find any trace of him? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Could Ming Zhen have failed to hold on, and was refined into blood by Teng Lingzi? Su Zimo scanned the blood gourd carefully. Suddenly, His expression changed as his gaze landed on a blood cocoon that was half the height of a human in the corner. Initially, he did not notice the blood cocoon at all. At first glance, it looked like a lump of blood in a blood gourd without any special features or signs of life. However, Su Zimo's spirit perception was strong. He could sense a faint hint of divine benevolence from the blood cocoon. Although it was weak, he caught it. In a flash, Su Zimo arrived beside the blood cocoon. The blood cocoon was filled with blood threads that coiled tightly and no one could see what was inside. Su Zimo reached out and tugged casually, removing most of the blood threads. All of those blood threads possessed an extremely strong corrosive power. If not for the fact that his green lotus true body underwent a complete transformation, Su Zimo's palm would have rotted and his bones would have been exposed. There was indeed a monk in the blood cocoon. The monk sat in a lotus position with his palms clasped together. His eyes were closed, and his body shone faintly. He was extremely skinny and more than half of his flesh had already dissipated. Su Zimo almost could not recognize him. Right then, the monk opened his eyes and caught sight of Su Zimo. His eyes were clear as water, pure and sincere. Even in such a sinister and filthy environment, his eyes still gave off a kind and beautiful feeling. It was Ming Zhen. Su Zimo had only seen such a clear and sincere gaze from Ming Zhen before. Gazing at Ming Zhen, who was withered and skinny, Su Zimo felt his heart wrench and his eyes reddened. "Junior brother, you're here." Ming Zhen smiled gently with a look of joy and gratification on his face. When he saw that smile, Su Zimo nearly teared up. For some reason, at that moment, there was no anger or killing intent in him. There was only an indescribable feeling of gratitude. Ming Zhen had been trapped by the blood gourd for 10 years and it was a fate worse than death. If it was anyone else, they would have broken down mentally. Even Su Zimo could not imagine what would have happened to him if he was imprisoned for a full 10 years in such a sinister and filthy environment. There was a high chance that he would enter the Fiend Dao completely, and activate the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra once more to kill. However, Ming Zhen did not. Ming Zhen could still smile. There was no resentment or hatred. Through Ming Zhen, Su Zimo could sense the supreme benevolence and magnanimity of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. He swore that he would only attain his Buddhahood after hell was empty with all living beings liberated. Su Zimo's will was resolute and unshakable. However, against such Buddhism, he was moved and he burst into tears. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.